السلام الوطني للإمارات العربية المتحدة.
The national anthem of United Emirates.
Listen. في الجلسات العلمية والحوارات الشيقة التي تجمع متحدثين مختصين في الدراسات الفلسفية من جميع أنحاء العالم خلال المؤتمر الدولي الثاني للفلسفة بعنوان الفلسفة ورهان التقدم النظري والاجتماعي. هناك 62 باحثاً ينتسبون إلى 35 جامعة ومؤسسة علمية من 16 دولة حول العالم يجتمعون في العاصمة أبو ظبي لمناقشة 55 ورقة عمل تغطي المحاور الرئيسية للمؤتمر أبرزها
The most of them is the philosophy and the development and the future of the human digital between the philosophy and the science, the philosophy and the question of progress and the theory of morals in the Islamic philosophy and other topics which we seek through them to leave a knowledge print in different topics of philosophy. In the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful, peace be upon His Messenger, kith and kin who taught the humanity and enlightened their way. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, peace be upon you. We are happy to welcome you in this scientific forum to meet to open the works of the International Forum, the second forum, organized by the Philosophical Center in Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities, under the title of Philosophy and the Development, Theoretical and Social Development, which is a series of the international forums that our university organized so far to investigate the scientific issues that serve the society at the local and international levels in all major humanitarian specializations. Ladies and gentlemen, the field of philosophy is not confined to the conventional philosophy, but it became an expansion and think about the questions that no one suspect and its importance in our time, including all the questions by the questions related to the virtue and existence that will be asked in a context separated between the time and the issues. Our distinguished guests, at the opening of this forum, we will hear a speech recorded by His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, the chairman of the Emirates Fatwa, and the chairman of the Supreme Council of Science in the Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities. In the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful, praise be to Allah and His messengers, kith and kin. Your Excellency, Dr. Khalifa Mubarak Al-Dhahiri, the President of the University, Your Excellencies, Your Highness, Your Eminence, peace be upon you all. I am happy to welcome you in Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities, thanking you your answer for invitation to attend this second forum for philosophy organized by our university, hoping that you will stay well in Abu Dhabi, the capital of peace and tolerance. We will touch on the efforts made by the university in terms of staff, students, and administration, including the activities and the programs and annual forums as well, specialized in our forum. And the Forum of the Arabic Language, supported continuously by our wise leadership under His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Bin Zayed, the President of the UAE. May Allah protect and praise him. For the university knowledge and education locally and internationally. In this opening speech, we will look quickly and briefly at and introductory about the methodology and the horizons of our vision about the concept of progress and the humanitarian and academic and the role of values, the activities also. At the beginning of my speech, ladies and gentlemen, I will stand briefly to what I have said in many sermons and many occasions about the happiness and the philosophy and the endeavor of the interests of the future between the philosophy and the mind and the philosophy also, and the spirit and the between the person and the other, between the authenticity and the contemporary. All the speeches have an importance, and this should be from the methodology in terms of philosophy and intermediaries to reach fields of knowledge between the cultural horizons, to integrate these things together. This methodology, we will reprogram our minds to think positively, to manipulate a discourse, particularly and theoretically, for every development and progress. This is how we need our philosophy that does not contradict between these things. The things, or the three things that govern our directions, the mind, philosophy, and heart, to spread everything and consolidate the faith and consolidate also the faith of a human, to get back the life to man, and to reconsider our mind, to think well about the philosophy that should put basics for the horizon of tolerance and resistance in the philosophical sciences, as they are important to care about the civilization and development in all fields that our country is in. Secondly, the concept of development. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our forum today is a philosophical, all philosophical and renewable concept. What you know is that progress and its theory that was spread in the 18th and 19th centuries, the concept of development was linear concerning the events at the onset of the 19th century and the international wars and the victories in the field of humanitarian progress during the last centuries. this was touched by many philosophers to reconsider this again through revision of the parameters and fields, and to talk about the progress in one field and the progress in many fields as well. And is it scientific progress or not? There is also a relationship between progress, development, and prosperity. These are concepts adjacent and integrated, but the philosophical thought drives us to reconsider the concept between the understanding these concepts well. Can everyone abandon the other, or are they integrated? Every progress is a development, or every development is a progress also, an advancement. The progress indicates that going forward in a journey continues to from a period to another. The development is changing from side to side, and the development also is going on a methodological way to understand well the measurement. And this is what we mean when we say this is change or this is development. If we advance in the nature and control it, do we advance in understanding ourselves and control it? A historian, African, said from Burkina Faso, progress is a development in the self, but if it is beyond the self, it is foreignization. So progress is against ignorance and backward, that the humanity witnessed many successes and many backwards in many fields over history, which goes back to, which is attributed to the weakness in the leadership or the environment. So talking about the progress is the talk about the hope to make a good future in his inventives and creativity, to eliminate illiteracy and bad things. So he should work, for example, to materialize his hopes and aspirations and eliminate the backwards and the negative things. This is what has been said by the philosophers in the 19th and 18th century. They believed in the strength of the science and to change the human life and to make him happy on this land, to develop their social development and empower his energy. And they investigated, and they envisaged the development towards the prosperity and the journey that it should not stop and should continue. They also touched the higher things and the optimum things. The relationship between the scientific and the humanitarian development is not always correct. There is a need to evaluate the scientific development from a religious perspective. In every scientific and creative things, in industrial or communication, should not make the man invalid to think of himself and his human side. This is encourage the decision makers and the philosophers to ring the bells, to express the anxiety that some societies have reached deterioration in their values, and they abandoned these values systematically to see, for example, a good light in the sky and to think about the God. There is no far from discussion to need the consider the moral side and to revise comprehensively the methods of our work in our social sides, and the general dialogue and the discussions for the technological companies. In this connection, the Abu Dhabi Peace Forum, holding relationships with Fatika, with Cambridge University also, they worked to develop the system of morals that direct this field, because it is an international interest. And we point to the same context that the UAE has a second place internationally in the international intelligence. It is important that humanity should initiate this to make this good for the future generation and improve the developments for the future generations, and to eliminate the nuclear wars. We should not arrive late. So humanity is interested in the life on this earth. And the COP28 also interest, which was organized successfully by the UAE lately during its efforts according to the change of the international climate. And this week also, we have the week of sustainability to include 2024 to emphasize the importance of the environment, the humanitarian and the scientific of development, and the role of the universe. Changing the scientific development into humanitarian is reflected to the human life and its features, and also directs the world and put a framework for that. And the absence of this moral thing, it will be not controlled, and it will be inevitable journey. As the silk worm, as the poet said, like the worm of the silk that creates silk, and the means of philosophy and that contribute this thing, we believe that this generation overlook the development of the incentives of the development and the development of a positive mind and the rights and the integrity of a human and peace also, that put a basis for the humanitarian society and successful society. These things contribute also to have a new perspective toward the world, which is a good for improvement and development. And to the neighbors and the creatures on the earth. Through connection between the morals and the development, we can crystallize and make a balance between these things in the system, and more merciful and more fair, to improve and promote peace and coexistence by creating this development and create a world where everything will be positive and will be integrated together and harmonized. This spirit, which our religion tells, directs us to build good societies who believe in each other and who spread peace and coexistence, love and good relationships. Here, the philosophy should inspire from religious values and humanitarian values the ways to integrate the human integrity and respect in different beliefs and different languages. By believing in the Adam, the father of humanity, as we respected father on land and in the sea, and we preferred him over humanity. Lastly, we asked what is the suggested or proposed progress. The humanity knew the progress in many fields. How can philosophy can have initiatives, practical initiatives, positive initiatives that balance between these things? The philosophers and philosophies have values of peace and coexistence. These things and maps on the banks of the river of knowledge, frameworking their deliberations, and during these years, we look to positive sides, practically and theoretically, to realize what we desire And thank you so much for listening and attending. And we hope that this forum will be successful. And we hope that you will stay here peacefully, and peace be upon you. Thank you for listening. We thank
Sheikh Abdullah Mbaye for his very valued note for the Mohamed Bin Zayed University really reached to the high level of the research and scientific researches by the assistance of efforts really exerted by all sectors of the university and all scientific researches with the contemporary issues and problems which really concerns all the local and regional and global societies, really to contribute for the development of all the humanities, and also to combat with all the competition of all the knowledge, and the the end of philosophy is really for the death or the end of this one, really hopefully for the AI and really the requirements of the economic developments. I do call Dr. Mohamed Rashid Al-Hamli, the chairman of the trustees of the university, Mohamed Bin Zayed University, to deliver his speech. Most welcome to the stage. Peace and the prayers be upon you all. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, all the excellencies, and really our valued guests, all the attendants, valued attendants, really, we do welcome you all in this really, and thanks a lot for responding for our invitation to participate in this conference, really organized by the Philosophy Studies Center of the attributed of the Mohamed Bin Zayed University, as really as a consequence of the really programs and conferences of the scientific conferences. Really, it is really important for the scientific stemmed from the university, from the scientific programs, to be more focused on the philosophy, as it has is a pivotal role for the coexistence and tolerance between the human brotherhoods, which is really adopted by the United Arab Emirates and the capital of Abu Dhabi as a paradigm and as a conduct and as behavior. Really, it is really a philosophical approach that really addressing all the societies, and in addition, it is really emerging from the elite of the philosophical and intellectual leaders of all. Our valued guests and attendants, really organized as the University, Mohamed Bin Zayed University, to produce really a distinguished knowledge and to linkage between the philosophy and the contemporary issues, and also to achieve the Abu Dhabi vision and the United Arab Emirates for the philosophical and reinforcing of the tolerance and the coexistence really adopted by the United Arab Emirates as practical and as really experience for the human societies as well. As for the importance of our conference, really the Mohamed Bin Zayed University already really adopted how to benefit from the experience and all the specialists and to participate in this conference. Really, it has been participated by 62 researchers from around the world to really enhancing and really overviewing about 625 searches and so on. As a conclusion, I do hope that the conclusion of the conference to be as a reference for all the researchers and students of the philosophy, really from the working papers by really already adopted and researched, and from professors of esteemed professors already. We do has no way to thank everybody and to extend our thanks and gratitude for their participation and efforts to really enrich our conference. All, may Allah really guide all to the best of the university for the intellectual path and really helping the efforts of the scientific research. Thanks and peace and prayers be upon you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Al-Hamli, for this nice speech. Now I call His Excellency Dr. Khalifa Al-Dhahri, the Director of Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities University, to deliver his speech. The floor is yours. In the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful, I congratulate you at the beginning of the speech for this scientific forum for philosophy and progress, and I hope you all success and prosperity. We are meeting today in Abu Dhabi, the city of culture, science, development and civilization, to celebrate together in philosophy the mother of science, the wisdom of science, and the wisdom of the science of wisdom, and the measurement of development and progress. The philosophy Descartes was famous in his book, The Principles of Philosophy, that it is a tree whose roots are metaphysics, and the trunk is physics, and the branches stemmed out of this trunk are the other sciences that date back to that would go back to three sciences, which are medicine, mechanics, and morals. And I by the latter is the most complete one, is that they propose the full knowledge of other sciences, and which are the optimum of wisdom. And when man cannot reap the fruits from the roots or the trunk of the trees, but from the branches, so the biggest use from philosophy is based on its parts that man cannot learn until the end of their journey. And this simile, Descartes talked about the nature of philosophy as a concept gathering all the fields of human philosophy, divided into theoretical philosophy, and what is followed by the theoretical and in-theoretical and philosophical or practical philosophy, and what is followed by practical science. And this was expressed by its contradiction or challenging to the philosophical things and value with what the human thought has during the time that emanated many questions methodologically and philosophically. And the philosopher Karl Popper also distinguished the question of the thing that search the nature of things, and the question that incentives what is abstract of things. The relationship between knowledge, scientific knowledge, and practical and factual made the science a title for every humanitarian advancement in the critical or the humanitarian and social sciences. Is it understood from this that the retreat or the death of philosophy to think of the social problems, economical problems, legal problems, and ethical problems for human? The human science direction understood the thing to coordinate the methods and the results of certain sciences to be affiliated to the science or a reflection of science, because the real knowledge is the scientific knowledge. So what is based on the retreat of the philosophy from thinking of the humanitarian problems? To answer this question, we go back again to what Descartes said about the mind, because it is the most fair of things is the division between people, which made the mind a philosophy as a value in itself to express theoretically and particularly as rationalism. But the problem that emanated from this development in the concept of mind is that it did not stop at the philosophical parameters that liberate and enlighten man, but changed into a mind, a technical mind, in the expression of the critical philosophers. And apart from the mind, either religious or fiction or sense is considered as not rational, and the result in the philosophers is to develop the features of the behavior that took away the human values from the pivot or the axis of philosophers and change man to what the philosopher Marcuse has called in his introduction book, man of the uni-dimension. So there is no doubt that the science is connected to the philosophy, which in its questions develop the human knowledge, because both of them endeavor to divulge the fact of human and the visible and the invisible universe. But the most important humanitarian problems necessitate the interference and the interaction between philosophy and science, and every one of which needs the other, because philosophy, the real philosophy, will not be alone by itself. It needs the science that leads to the human development, and the science cannot go beyond the philosophical parameters or linked to the values and philosophy. The science and philosophy are integrated with the different directions, as Brixton philosopher said, and what has been said about the relationship between the philosophy and the science can be said about the relationship between philosophy and religion. What has emerged from the technological development of dilemmas, ethical dilemmas and humanitarian dilemmas, necessitate that the relationship between philosophy and religion should not stay as a negative relationship, but they should integrate to rationalize the human knowledge and to perpetuate the development. So the existence question is a must for many beauty or aestheticity or philosophical critical philosophers. What is the future of human? What is the successor and the visitor relationship? What is the relationship of man with himself and the others? What is the relationship between the nature and the living things? What is the relationship between technology and science? What is the relationship between the science, faith, and religion? As man was able to make the concept of development, he should also be aware of making new concepts of thinking and control the joint or the common humanitarian problems, like, for example, this cultural responsibility and the common human values and the dialogue of religions and cultures. Therefore, I do refuse the contradiction between philosophy and religious, and I see philosophy is a basic thing to understand religious and to answer the questions of existence and life questions. And I quote Ibn Rushd words, whereas legislation was a right to lead to investigate the right, the Muslims do know that looking at the evidence will not lead to the conflict or the contradict of legislation, because everything needs the right and compatible with it. Philosophy is the means to interpret the meanings of creation and life as well, and it is a means of to looking at the existence and the faith of the Creator himself, which approaches by Ibn Rushd to meet between the philosophy and the religion is by looking the things that are existed and consider them as indicators to the Creator. And so long it is complete, we know the Creator well. And the same thing Kant also touched that. He said the philosophy is the means emanated from the mind. But the purpose of Ibn Rushd in philosophy and distinction between the theoretical science that endeavors to divulge the faith and property and the practical science that is related to the people and meet their needs, and both sides seek, they are integrated, which are not negated by either of them. It is illogical after this to extract philosophy and made it absent from the Islamic studies and the colleges of religions. So what is the result? A close fatwa or an extremist discourse, religious discourse, or decline of interpretation of certain texts that lead to crisis or a bad discourse that inhibits us to see others. So we should seek that the philosophy should be present in the UAE, particularly in Abu Dhabi and in our university, University of Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities, and peace be upon you. Thank you for listening.
All thanks to His Excellency Dr. Khalifa Al-Zahiri for his really keynote word. And now we'll go to the word of the Dr. Ibrahim Brashashan, the Director of the Philosophical Studies in Mohamed Bin Zayed University. Please welcome to the stage. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, His Excellency Dr. Khalifa Al-Zahiri is the really Chancellor of the University, and His Excellencies and really their Excellencies and all my dear friends and my dear colleagues, my dear brothers, students and sisters, peace and prayers be upon you. Really the wise leadership of the Abu Dhabi really have given the Mohamed Bin Zayed University as a philosophical really robe, which is really valued and esteemed one for to be as a pioneering for the scientific philosophical sciences, and where it is approved and endorsed the Philosophical Studies Center to be as scientific really already launched as the Department of Philosophical and Values, also to create young people and young generation, and also really to launch the philosophical studies really to reinforce of the scientific paradigms in the university. Really the most important and prominent event in this one, it is really in the university, really it is where you are really honoring us by attending in this one. We really organized by the Philosophical Studies Center with staff of the really working extremely for our countries, and with Dr. Khalifa Al-Zahiri, and really he is really sparing efforts to submit and to provide every support, as you have already seen and you have already listened to his defense of the philosophy. We are really here proud of his defense and of happy. Our conference really is really concerned with the philosophy and the challenges of the development on all levels of social, and really was really leading to development of philosophy, to really for the history of the philosophy and the challenges and issues really aware from the paradigms of philosophical and the mechanisms, also really values, and also to epistemology, and also to live, to be more acquainted with all the sides of the scientific really conception of all the history. Of course, our conference really aiming at to, as you see, with really your attendance as really researchers in this one, and convening for this our really table of the philosophy hosted by the Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities. Most welcome with you, most welcome to be hosted with us, and most welcome to attend, and most welcome to really for the lovers of philosophy. Most welcome all to here in Abu Dhabi, the capital of UAE and the capital of the philosophy, and the peace and the prayers be upon you. Really, we do thank Dr. Ibrahim Brashashan for his words, and really for one of the really honored us really attended was Dr. Mohammed Al-Khasht, the Chancellor of Cairo University. We do welcome him to the stage to deliver his speech. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, really have a very really happy day and morning, all ladies and gentlemen. Really, it is my pleasure to really to be attending with you in this prestigious conference about philosophy and also the challenges of really development of the social development and paradigm. Hopefully that really, of course, it is with invitation with His Excellency Dr. Khalifa Zahiri, the Chancellor of the University, and also really top by his the scholar Abdullah bin Bayya, the chairman of the scientific council of the university. This really university is really has been able to go highly appreciated steps in some few years, and to become one of the landmark in the conception of the university, playing a role for serving the society and really the humanity. Science, it is not for science only, but science, it is really for the people, for the society, for all the United Arab Emirates, for the state, and for the humanity, and for every humanity of all over the world. All valued guests. It is in the age, of course, the philosophical Arabian really projects hasn't been able to do some impacted with some scientific really of the theoretical one. Of course, we really see sometimes sunrise from the west, and some darkness from west also, and also of all some reconciliation combination between the west and the east in some third paradigm and similar. Of course, we are really torn between contemporary and the legacy, where really as a legacy, of course, didn't live, and also the contemporary wouldn't live. Sometimes it is badly needed to some and to have philosophy really for philosophy, for the values, for the ethics, for the development. The philosophy of the values, of course, wouldn't really introduce us up till now. What disclosure for the practical mechanisms and the tools to help us to achieve the good and to achieve the goodness, and to help the Arabian citizen to make and to develop the society. It is really did not disclose how conditions for the development and for the values of development, and what are the requirements for to be required for the development of the values. And of course, really one point, really it is a very important point, how to the philosophy of values really is still traditional, did not submit the guarantees for the lifetime to be compatible with the values and happiness, and did not really guarantee that really the people to be happy, and really and they did not guarantee that really the devils to be happy in this lifetime. There is a challenge, the conflict, the essence is how to make the people and of the principles to be happy, and the devils to be unhappy. But this is the lifetime and not in the life after as well. Of course, from the one side, that really the movement of the people researches and speaking about that, about the nature of ethics and values, and it has been absent, and it really transferred the religion as authority and as authorization to be as really impacting by values, or something to be legislation of the really to be legislation for the only the half blue of the body, but really the reflections and priorities really failed to deal with the religion, and as really to be as really adopted as for the attorney or really worship of the false worshipping and Hippocratic worshipping, only to lead to some methods would not really related to the values or ethics, because it is committed only just hypothetically and really appearance and apparently only to be committed and really to be coincide and limited to this, and ignoring all the movements. And of course, undoubtedly, the development values contradicted this false worshipping and did not conflict with the true religion. And of course, the false religion really, it is really with within some rituals, really also false of rituals, not really from some commitment of the values. And it is coincided also the importance of religion, that really it is introducing us the hope for the existence to be setting up the happiness pillars and and also the pillars of happiness for the people, and also the importance of the ethical really science for the religion to be as contribution for the purifying of the religion of some false or some really hypocritical really stuff, and also contribution for the importance of the function of the values of the religion, and the true worshipping really coincided on the ethics and the conduct. And really all valid guesses, we are in need of some ethical and products and ethical values, or really to be a compromise between all humanities and also be development really coincided. It is not the ethics of the ideology, new ideology. It is not really some worshipping of religion, some secondary. Of course, it is not the alternative of Quran, alternative of the angel or something, but really for them by Bible. It is really something to be just only to be it is not alternative for all of these rituals, but it is all drawing us all to some the human really human really essence and ethics. Really wouldn't like to talk about too much about the relationship between the ethics and development. But really, I would like to really stop on one and to be stand again in some very important prestige point. It is really sometimes some think that the Eastern societies have some ethics, but some Western ethics haven't no ethics. It is really some lying. The developed societies where it's not really with the crowning of the ethic, but sometimes make some bad or as the same as incubation, but did not develop by, of course, developed by commitment of some ethics and the morals, and which really developed and helped to beat like equality, justice, and also the competitive environment that really to be the esteeming the activities and everything. Of course, it is not right that really some Western, some Eastern really underdeveloped, not ethical. Of course, it's really something not really fair. But of course, we should be really falling or striking under the belt, and of course, not reinforcing with the level and the ladder of the development. It should be really, of course, widely spread between the nations of the underdeveloped. Of course, I would like to talk too much about details of the preliminary conditions to be really about the requirements and the low level and the minimum level to be really adopted about the ethics and rituals and returns and rituals. Really, of course, it's my hope to speak about really the paradigm and the curriculums of and the principles of the development by details. Of course, really, I would be able and I would be hope that to speak and to talk about, but I think more to be happy to be more reduced and to be in brief. Really, here come to the last point of my speech. It is really the determination of the really to be stick to ourselves, and without really any propaganda. I say that the development and all ethics should be really a principle. Should be really the determination are really, of course, reconciled with yourself and to be stick to yourself. It is a simplified principle to be adopted by all religions and all the humanities and all your determination and your destination to be already stick to yourself, and which is really golden rule to be adopted by all really religions. Even although the indifferences between them as religions, this really simplified principle, your determination should be compatible with yourself. It is really the element of success. And treat the people as if you like the people to treat you. Of course, to be equally as if is very important. But some really the results of the Confucius really the sword that wouldn't like to you be yourself. Don't do with other people. of course, and of course, the human being, of course, to be really an equal basis and is for themselves to be treated. And also in Buddhism, the place wouldn't be feel happy, of course, to be the others, and of course, and also how to force somebody to live in some place wouldn't be acceptable for me and wouldn't be satisfied for me as a happy. And also the Hinduism also not to do in the way, in the bad, that really to be not acceptable. And Ravi Hillel said that, and the Bible, that's really not to do the same things, not to others to do with you. And our Christ said that what you want to do, do the same with them. And the peace and the prayers to Muhammad, he said that wouldn't be believed, that wouldn't be fully believed until he loves to the others as the same. All of this translation should be philosophically and to consider. Do what if you were to construct the justice for the justified as to be as a law for the nature. And the principle also to be also in the draft and do whatever you would like to in your personality and in any other personality for as an objective, not as a methods, and do as if you were as if legislator, as if you were until wouldn't be contradicted with your and to, of course, to be compatible and reconciled with yourself in any society. Of course, to be really, if there is contradiction, it is under the of some societies. Our values is really determination to be stick to yourself. It is really simply not to be contradicted with itself. That determination contradicted with itself, really to give themselves the right. It is here depriving this right from the others and really allowing itself to do with other to say what to do and not to deprive the other to do, and also to allow themselves to be forcing, but it deprives the other to and allowing themselves to be ignoring, but to not to depriving the others from ignorance, and also to prevent, to help. But if it is really help it, we need ask the other to help, and also to exploit the other and make use of them of others. It is really in the nature to be satisfied them to themselves and not to be satisfied to the others. All values guesses. It is really determination of the contradicted. It is the secret of our of the development, and it is really. I said my words and saying peace and the prayers be upon you.
Thank you for His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Al-Khashta, the Cairo University President, and for his speech. And now we'll go for Dr. Salim Dakash, the Qadis Saint Yusuf Chancellor, the Lebanon. The floor is yours, sir. Good morning, all. Your Excellency Khalifa Al-Mubarak Al-Dhahri, Chancellor of the Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities, and Dr. Ibrahim Sharshan, the head of the Philosophy Studies Center, and the all researchers and dear guests and attendees participating in this conference, learners and even researchers. Let me start with the highest, utmost of the thanks to this conference organizing team and headed by Dr. Khalifa Al-Dhahri, the Chancellor of the Mohamed Bin Zayed University, for hosting us here in the Abu Dhabi Emirate Lightning One, and for good hospitality, and also for giving me the chance to present and welcome this conference and to discuss this progress, social progress, and also to welcome all participating members here. And the second conference held here in the UAE lands in Abu Dhabi, and third, to welcome me and to also to appreciate not only for organizing this conference, but also that can discussing one of the most important topics, which is critical for the Arab nations, especially regarding for the social progress, which is one of the basics for the humanitarian, scientific, and ethics development, because the community is integrated development that can eradicate extension and also extremism, and also to welcome for the progress. And this is good. Today and tomorrow we'll discuss many things that will be historical for a philosophical work, and they help all the leaders, the medical and others, and who are doing a great job to achieve this kind of progress that have been built on the first conference that have been implemented in our mindset, and that has been built and held in the November 2022. That have enhanced the philosophical thinking and theoretical, and to enhance their tolerance and coexistence as a goal by the UAE here leadership. And now we meet together with the second conference, philosophy and ethics, and for the challenges of the social progress. And this is one of the most important topics that is very important for our community currently. And today topic have two aspects, practical and scientific, and also the theoretical one. This is have one question to know how long the philosophy can contribute in the development of the community, especially in these days, as we have another options, another ways of knowledge, and like the artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, that can some be of the other side of the philosophers consider it as a way to consider it, but we hear from philosophy as a way of hope. This conference will bring out with its interventions and sessions have a good impression about the development of the thinking here in the Arab community. And I'm very, I can see here the logo from the center to be go hand in hand with the Sharia, and the philosophy will be one for the intelligent, and will be for the theoretical part. And this is the ethical, and this is the mindset for the philosophy. And so we can say here this philosophical thinking that can go beyond to ask what the meaning of life and many of questions. So the thinking will go beyond to search about this meaning and discover that this mindset is the lover of knowledge, and we have the outcomes and the fruits. It's about development and the progress and happiness for all, and also for communication. And this kind of a tree, and regarding for the philosophy, building on that, have rooted deeply on the since UAE have established in 2021, have the philosophy as one of the integral part and be a very important role in the community to enhance the rules and resources of the Sharia, and to enhance the student to know himself by himself, to define the good and evil, and to avoid any of desires that may be wrong, and to how to deal with things with fears. And especially this one man be delivered with the good instructors, good doctors, and with to seek more and more how to control self-control and how to deal with the reality with an rational way that can help the life to work together. And this is the necessity to have a development or a community or social progress. And many of the curriculum in Lebanon, I'm sorry to that, some of these curriculum have became just a holistic one, became just a fake one, but not related to the reality. And what I want to say is that some communities have progressed already or achieved development based on the social development that having maintaining the morals and the ethics. And this conference here, this is a good example. The thinking together and talking together and communication between the well-educated people will have a good living community. And so we need, on these days, working for the philosophy days to be as successful days and impactful for our communities, because our communities are waiting for more and better from us. And finally, I welcome to send gratitude from the university, Beirut University, that have been established more than 149 years, and also from our laboratory there and library there, which is like about having many of literatures there. So all thanks and wishing all the hopes to be a successful event here for this conference, and we hope this can having a good results and achieving a good results for spreading out the philosophy for all. Thank you, Dr. Salim Dakkash, for your speech, and thank you for what you have mentioned here. Dear attendees, and the conclusion of this meeting, this session, welcome all the participants who are from the side and outside the country. Thank you for being with us, for answering the invitation. And now I'm calling you for a short break and also signature of the agreement between the Mohamed Bin Zayed University and the Institut Français d'Islamisologie for welcoming, and when we'll start the session with the next session, which is about the concept of progress in Western philosophy with Dr. Abdesalam Abdel Ali. Thank you, and see you within 15 minutes.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace be upon you. Welcome back to the conference here about the second conference on philosophy. Before starting and proceeding in the agenda, I would like to welcome Bill Kine from the University of the Institute to present and deliver his speech. The floor is yours.
First, to thank Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities, to thank His Excellency El-Sheikh Abdallah bin Biya, Head of Supreme Scientific Council of the Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities, to thank His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Rashid Al-Hamili, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities, to thank His Excellency Dr. Khalifa Al-Zahiri, Chancellor of Bin Zayed University for Humanities, and to thank Professor Ibrahim Bourchachan, Director of the Center of Philosophical Studies at Bin Zayed University for Humanities. I thank for your generous
وشكرا على حسن الدعوة الكريمة وترحيبكم الحار وضيافتي لأن أكون معكم هنا في المعهد وثقتكم الكبيرة في المعهد الفرنسي للإسلاميات. وأيضا هذا يمكننا أن نمكن ونصل إلى سمعتنا الدولية التي تكون بأثر كبير حتى في بلادكم. أيضا من الجيد جدا أن تكون هناك علاقة كبيرة بين المعهد الفرنسي للإسلاميات والشراكة مع جامعة محمد بن زايد للعلوم الإنسانية، وأن لدينا نفس القيم والمهمة والرسالة والغاية. نحن هنا نرحب جميعا ونعزز دورنا الحوار بين الشعوب للثقافات ونسلط الضوء على دورهم الأسس، وأيضا أن نأتي بالسلام للعالم.
which is to me the first world in general. I expect at least 3 benefits from this agreement. Firstly, mutual broadcast of our works, broadcast of the works of Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities, broadcast in France via our website, but also broadcast of the works of our institute and of its members in the Arabian Peninsula. Secondly, the organization of joint projects to promote the intellectual heritage of the Arab world and the foundation of its culture. Thirdly, the organization of joint reflection on the future of our respective culture with a view to opening them up to each other. It's a kind of diplomacy of the mind, linking people of all horizons through the art of the words and the dialogue of the minds, through a certain number of universal invariants that each culture expressed in its own way. And today's symposium, which should serve to us as a guide, is the smartest example of this. That is how much I value this signature. Yesterday, I have visited the House of Knowledge in the Ksar of Watan. Very nice. Together, we can build this kind of house. Thank you very much.
نشكر الدكتور.
Thank you, Doctor, for your speech. And now we'll open for the opening session with the title, The Concept of Progress in Western Philosophy, represented by Dr. Abdesalam Abdelmugadi Muhammad III, the University, and with moderated by Dr. Mohamed Ibrahim Al-Burshashin, moderator for the University Mohamed Bin Zayed V. Let's start our scientific sessions and with the opening session today. And I'm very happy to welcome Professor Dr. Abdesalam Abdelali, the modern or contemporary philosophy from the Rabat. And his interest is varied between writing and translation, and have many works in 2014, and also in this year have awarded the Weiss Award for these humanitarian studies and the future studies. He will present Dr. Abdelali a paperwork entitled The Concept of Progress in the Philosophy History, where you have only 30 minutes. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you, and peace be upon you. I will discuss the concept of progress from a philosophical point of view, and this is how to apply it according to philosophy, and we will show that it was so necessary in order to be able to make it according to history. And this is actually what happens related to the Enlightenment. So we are not in front of for the opinions or a collection for the groups or aspects. So when the intellectuals of the 19th century has actually known and enlightened the idea of philosophy, they actually had make the way for the idea of history, and they actually connected and able people to connect the idea of and the concept of how to understand the history. And the 19th century, the European 19th century, has actually announced that the problem for the previous historian was the philosophical point of view. So that's not necessary to have a point of view to make a victory for one group on behalf of the other. And it's not only actually a combination of philosophical ideas or point of views that make some things. So the philosophy here played a great role, so that makes the philosophy as a great point of view and make it in a sequence, and it also able people to link the present of philosophy and the forms that with its present and past, and this was the main idea of Hegel. And especially in the lessons of the history of philosophy and the philosophical history. And actually we are able to say that Hegel was the first one to discuss the history as a great point of view, and as he actually announced that what make our philosophy does not actually exist except by its linkings. And it's also came out from these links. So this history will not produce to us and to provide us some different matters, but it's actually it is the main point of view over us, and also so the history was not so problematic point of view for the people, but it became a part of it and a mean to understand it. So the philosophical history from Hegel just combined a religious point of views. Not only this, but actually it's the game of the growth of point of view. It seemed like an ice ball that came bigger and bigger while it's moving. So this ball has actually combined and gathered the whole ice balls that actually gathered from the sway. This is the same idea of philosophy and history. And so it became one history. So each philosophy is just a part of one philosophy. So the exact birth of history of philosophy does not came and become except for the 19th century, with the beginning of the 19th century. So this date has actually reflected the interests of the people of this century, who knows how to make the criticism concept from the German school and German point of view. This also birth has actually related with the concept of progress and the people of the enlightenment of the future, as we and those people has actually related to and make it a great concept. So they were able to regret and ignore the previous concepts. So which make this point of view is actually the way that that made the clear route for the philosophy and history. So the particular way of Hegel made the history of philosophy a historical philosophy. So the point of view and the history of philosophy for Hegel at the end is actually the result for the activities of a human during the whole history and the way and their life, and they actually became something that exceeds the abilities of people, human, and also societies and community. So the point of view of philosophy does not came as necessary in order to be considered or gathered or even controlled by the rules of the men that cannot be happen, but only related to things that can be actually mannered and exceed the history or the current history. So the philosopher, as he noticed, Emile Puri actually noticed that the philosopher and the right philosopher is only a carrier for the unconsciousness of the actually dignity of the human mind. This is where the interpretation of concepts as actually instead of the means, the concept of means. So the philosophy, especially the idea of philosophy, became related to and conditioned with its means and also its its progress. So the idea of history actually turns happily and turns immediately into philosophy. So it's not related to particular philosophy, which is related to the history, but the idea of philosophy is taken as a totally taken for the history and the all ideas of philosophy. And this is what the historian and the last people of historians has actually called to ignore the unified point of view to show the history and show every different point of view and ignore it for philosophy. So they just join and they just follow one point of view of philosophy. And also thinking about the thinking and point of views. So without regret too, or without. And with ignoring the specific point of views. So the idea of making a philosophy and history in plural is actually means to discuss and to regret and ignore the ideas of philosophy that refuses the idea of progress, and it may call for a summarize for the concept itself. And this is how the people of the organizations actually said. So these people has actually interpreted the ideas of aspects, considering it that the seeking for the understanding the philosophy itself and seeking for its point of views. So here there is no point of view and there is no able to make any entrance of history. So here philosophy is actually the faith point of view, regretting our with no and ignoring the idea of times. So it has actually an inner point of views and show that as a mere point of views, regretting the idea of the and this is how Martial you mentioned in this point of view and in philosophy, and this is as he actually said as a quotation for in an opening ceremony in the university. So when the progress concept and the concept of progress became considering the philosophy concept as itself, but does not talk about the history of philosophy in plural, but actually it assumed the existence of one philosophy that make different point of views and gather it in one point. So here we are considering that ignoring this concept is the only thing that make philosophy actually exist, and make the philosophy, the history of philosophy, not be ignoring. And this is how what we can make it discuss this point of view, and also how not to prefer one point of view from the other. So the idea of progress makes the thinker people or the intellectual people make the understand the idea of philosophy itself. So he considered it as an entity that came over and overcoming the idea of philosophy itself. But the existence of this philosophy that does not make us forget the idea of this the idea of philosophy itself. So it's enough for us to discuss and to mention what Martial Gros has actually mentioned. Around to fetch Descartes cannot in order to understand its importance and to show that this idea has actually enabled us to make us understand the dangers of the ideological thing. So it's not be able for us to understand or to just stop the idea of problems or challenges, and this is what we are trying to discuss according to the Marxism point of view. In the second part from the 15th of the last century, Descenti actually wrote, who was actually in this part of view in announcing that he is a Marxism. Here we are clearing that anyone who is unknown with this the idea of philosophy and the history of philosophy, that he is not able to understand anything, or that we did not learn anything from the age of and the era of Plato. So we actually searched for the mere things. So the philosophy is the main point of view for this, and this is the main idea of this, and such opinions has actually exceeds the general point of view of the matters. So philosophy has actually progressed at the same time with the progress of the objectivity of the known and the knowledge. So it actually also progressed according to the conflict. So it actually also reflects the idea of expanding, and also the philosophical growth has actually exceeds and became clear from the idea of concept and the world itself in order. So now we can find that it's real reflect what make Disson say to say this point or to quote these words is that he was able to distinguish between philosophy and science. So he considered philosophy just as a science. And here, Disson does not ignore the idea of the new point of views, but it's actually consider it as a right or wrong point of view, and considering it as an activity. But the philosophical, the Marxism philosophical that we are talking about, he is not saying this, but he is just saying that the progress of philosophy is the main idea of make philosophy actually a progress. But the current people are considering philosophy and taking it from the main point of view. As Reichenbach actually wrote, for example, that the history of philosophy shall not be considered as a group or a combination of facts, as it actually contain a lot of mistakes. But the main reply and the main comment from the Disson comment, considering the knowledge as the philosophy as a knowledge, was another philosophical who is Boldemar, who wrote in his researches saying that if we consider or if we talk about these philosophers as only a matter of facts, we can say that this critique will not be only a total and a general one, but it will be and it will change the idea of philosophy itself, as the philosophy does not focus on a certain or a particular point of view or a particular matter, and we cannot take the or measure the idea of its progress according to this topic and the growth of this knowledge. And if we try to do so and to prove the philosophical progress as a knowledge one and discuss it to discover the facts, we will have the fact that the progress cannot be, the philosophy cannot be progressed and just stay at this theme. So the history actually supposes that it's the main idea of movement and a different time. So the philosophy must came the same thing. In order to overcome this decision, we need to say that another philosophical person who is said that this philosopher who is able to free the philosophy from any different point of view, discussing the idea of philosophy or instant philosophy, especially in his lecture. As we can, as he mentioned in his book, as despite the idea of different issues that can be a true or a fact or a matter of fact, and even a proved fact, then the idea or the philosophical issues must be the idea of it must be injustice. So it is just a philosophy and just a fact and a mere fact. But the idea of faith is actually the idea of also justice is also related to the idea of work. And it also shows the idea and a great moment for the progress of the Marxism philosophy and the Marxism discuss and point of view as a whole, as he actually rethink about the most point of views that's related to ideology, history, the idea of progress, and what's related to is progress. And so he is the one who actually invited the concept of practical philosophy. So this is how we can discuss the idea of philosophy and history. So what makes philosophy as a great point of view, or a different point of view, and make it a new one, is when it exceeds the idea of the ancient philosophy. So it can be the sovereign one during a very long conflict. But the ancient philosophy is actually still exist without affecting the new one. So both of them will just exist. But we consider the ancient one as a secondary one. So now we are trying, and we have some intellectuals that can think and consider it, and wanted to consider it as the main point of philosophy. So the idea of philosophy that Kant talked about is the word that the conflict of sovereignty for different shapes of philosophy over the ancient ones. But the idea here is that this conflict does not can be happen, but when we exclude one and put another. So this idea of philosophy, both types of philosophy, the new and the ancient one, cannot be gathered to exist together. And this is what makes the different schools of philosophy exist, and what makes it the same previous sects actually exist, like as Marxism and the different sects of philosophy. So it might be different and difficult for us to accept the idea and the Marxism philosophical saying that this asynchron can be happen between philosophy and the continuous of existences that people known as in philosophy. So the continuous of existence does not mean a continuous of sovereignty, but it doesn't mean that, but it actually excludes the philosophy from different knowledge. And it also make it the idea of right or wrong, and what is caused the idea of making the things right. The history of philosophy is not like science, as different science, as actually the main idea of it is to produce different sciences. But this is allows us to discuss the idea of right or wrong of philosophy, and this is what makes us measure, or can say that the ideas that had actually discussed, and also the mistakes that we actually overcome, and also the obstacles. So we can judge our knowledge as it progressed or not, but the idea of philosophy is not like the same. The philosophy itself does not focus on one matter in order to be discussed and or measure the idea of progress. So we cannot define the idea of progress for philosophy, as it does not focus on only one matter. If we refuse the idea of philosophy, and if we refuse the point of view of the considering it philosophy as a particular one and as a knowledge, so we can only maintain the links and the powerful links that make the idea of philosophy and link it to the historical movements, especially when these actually the philosophy is actually a practical thing. So and it's also a measurement over the people or over the idea of a theory. And it's not even if we use the idea of practice here does not enable us to make this linkage. So how can make the idea of philosophy and the history of philosophy if we just regret and refuse the idea of progress? In order to answer this question, we need to highlight the idea of and the ideological dimension of ideology. And we cannot say here the ideas and the types of the reason in order to make this concept arise, and also its era. But we can say that the idea of progress itself, that the Enlightenment Arabs people like Intersay has actually announced that the idea and the people, groups of people who announced the idea of progress has actually allowed us to listen and to discuss the idea and the problem and the challenge of the progress, and how to provide the idea of progress, and how to make it distinguish between others and different matters, and also for the decade. So the Antonio Gramsci has actually called us to ignore the idea and the concept of progress without mentioning the idea of historical philosophy. And this is how he considered the alternative concept. So he is just ignoring and making the distinguish between two concepts relating to religious that make the people, and that consists of different point of views that is related in philosophical, but also the other concept is a mere philosophical that can be used without as a mere matter without paying attention to any progress. I mean that the movement and the dialogue and the discussion of this concept means that the idea of progress means is related to the idea of development. So the idea of progress has actually make us able to and make us away from the every ideological concept of philosophy, and it will prevent us from any the idea of philosophy itself as a mere philosophy, considering it what exceeds the idea and the history. So we will be able to keep and maintain the idea of the philosophical history. So the history of philosophy will be just like as a capitalism that are just gathering through different eras. So when any different concept will be able to announce itself according to the history, and it will be a very great innovation. So the French historian Horace said that the philosophical cultural does not happen and does not become after the existence of this philosophical just like before, but it also allows us with one ability that make us exist. And we also mention this linkage that this French philosopher said that, and related to the practical art, and the which make us reach to the result of the idea of philosophy has actually become a great idea as it came after the previous matters and previous concepts, as it mean faithful from the Descartes ones. But as the philosophy, considering philosophy as an innovation, so what make it related to art is that the philosophical is actually making a different different point of views from a world that is full of different arts. So this make the idea that Bergson has actually looked to the history, but will not has any existence from the vision that Kant has actually considered in what's related to philosophy. Which means that there is a progress and different points of view that mean and the mirror that's related to art innovations that can be related to history. So the musical world, for example, that the people has actually known is a world that came and became rich over from the Romantic movement, as the musician has actually write his notes and the painter draws his paints and sees the walls full of arts. Now, even if he is in a natural point of view, a natural view, then the philosophical has actually thinks about the idea of philosophy and the world full of philosopher, and he will know that the existence itself means to be existed in certain circumstances that's full of philosophy, and this is the idea that include actually history, and this is exactly what the people said, starting from Hegel, said that the word of the humanitarian existence, which means that the man is actually exist in a world full of history, and this history is what makes the painter.
And the philosopher thinks of the world of the philosophers. This makes the past of the philosophy as an overlap for its presence for the people of visions. They will go for saying that the past is not a present for itself. In this case, the past will be rich with not what has it in the present, but of what has overlapped for the past. Then it will become, the history of the philosophy become a reverse, which is continuous to the past, and perpetual reiteration to divulge what the past has stored, and which was called the history of juniorism. Someone wrote, the past stays in everything that is past, follows us and will reach us, and this point is beneficial. The certain concept about history, which will not be solved unless the transformation over speeds the past and becomes a movement, a present movement that extends about the past, and prediction and anticipation about the future. The movement of history will not stop at that point. Everything has happened, and as Hegel said also, the history will not be achieved, and achievement is not confined on the flow of the time. The history is not a succession for eras and times, but it is an approach for the thing itself. And this approach does not mean that to reverse the history to the continuous present. Rather, it is a distance from the origin. The history is a movement that escapes from its hand, a movement of the initiation, and loses it because the present is not present, but the past will not be present for itself by itself. The present is a deferred present, as Hegel said, and it is also in a discrepancy about itself, as Heidegger also is an astray. The first result is that emanated from this concept about history is that the changes are not a time concept. They are not compatible about the past. And it is not a thing that is past, but they are not subjects of the history. They are not found or existed behind us, but it is beyond us because we are exposed to it, and it is our fate. And the origin is not a start, and it is the dawn that will not be achieved or disclose its origin until the evening. As Beaufort says, the dawn is still dark according to itself in terms of its initiation, the first initiation, and the decline and the set will be divulged in its reality. Then the past will not be behind us in terms of the historical past. The translators, French, they use this term. In terms of the past, historical past, so the science of history can offer it to us as it is not behind us, and it means a lot, and it is interested in our present and in what it offers for the future. This history will take into consideration the intellectual inheritance and the forms that it takes. And the picture, the historical picture, it maintains that it is not confined only on what the thinkers thought about, but it makes outstanding what Hegel said, the non-thinkers, or the things that are not thought about. The things that are not thought about is not what the think has thought about. It is not also a think beyond of what has been thought about. So long the thing that is thought about is guaranteeing to pave the way for the things that has not been thought about yet. And it conceals that. So we are not forced to put a positive thing, but we have a need to overlap that the fact needs to be deformed, as Karl Marx says, and change this position to be reflected to the thought, because the content or the way that we thought about conceals that the event of that concealment by making thought that emanated from ideological thought, and its historical secret also. It is a basic concept as Hegel. So the thing that is not thought about is a good value for our inheritance that gets back to its importance, that there is no get rid of thought unless we think about that deeply and of what has been thought about to know its secrecy. In this case, the interest of the philosophers and historians will be focused on the fathom of this secret, historical secret, and the philosophy will be interested in the mythology that follows the origins in its formation. And the philosophical presence does not form beyond the mind, and the vision not more than the past itself. There is no sway of dialogue of what the thinkers thought about to encompass that. We are very far from the Hegel planning, which is overtaking and preservation. The times of history are not phases of development and progress. They are not eras of that success each other. History is not a succession for the eras, but it is an approach for something itself, which means the idea in many styles and patterns in certain formulas. And the Hegel times also are not times of development according to Hegel. So Heidegger are not times of that, because Hegel in this does not abandon the philosophical imitation of what has existed as a whole, and in the moments of the thought that leads us to that. Therefore, the history of philosophy, according to him, is progressing. The philosophy also was indicating of what all people and the philosophers made it over the history, over the years also, which rejected by Heidegger to make the history the law of exceeding in this Hegel meaning as planning that overtakes the past and maintaining it. The law that we have from the things that are not thought about will not lead us to adopt the past thought and join it according to the development. The history is not a succession of eras, but it is an approach for itself by itself. Because this approach, as we reiterated and we conformed, does not mean that to get the history back. Rather, it is a distance from the origins. The existence of history is known as a metaphysics, represented in this progress, which escapes from its hands the time of the start and loses it. Therefore, the dialogue with it necessitates to liberate our thought, which was transformed to us, to enable us to go back to our store of what has been stored in our thought, which is not detached from the existence and which has hegemony over the inheritances, and it was ahead of that without being thought of clearly and without being looked as an origin. I will conclude. The philosophy of history is not an exposition to times of intellectual progress, as Hegel said, but it is backward to the origins. Does not depend on the overlook or the oversight of the future, but it is the looking back, which leads us to the field which was neglected until now, and which was the first field that deserves to be thought about towards the reality by itself. And going back needs is launched from the metaphysics to realize its content and divulge its secret, to reiterate and to say what the people, the ancient people said, of what say that we find ourselves in the fatalism, and the speech has not been detached from us to clarify the ambiguity that, as we said, the past of the philosophy is its presence and our presence as well. This means that the past is not a present, as we said, according to itself. Therefore, it is not more than impoverished more than the present, as the progress necessitates, but it is a rich past, wealthy past, not by its extension to the present, but also of what it has overlapping and encompassing of secrecy and ideas. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for his keynote, and really welcome you again. And thanks a lot, Doctor. Thanks a lot for this really valued lecture that really navigated with us. And really thanks a lot for the audience for this lectures. We'll go for the next session. Thanks a lot. will start our first session with really the first panel. With the first day, it will be between the past and the present. The moderator is Dr. Sayed Ali. This from Morocco. Dr. Radwan Sayed from Mohamed Bin Zayed University, and also welcome Dr. Maroun Awad from the National French Center for the Scientific Research, and Dr. Professor Merikai from the French for Islamic Studies, and also Dr. Fath Hangadoui from Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities, and also welcome Dr. Ibrahim Al-Jashish for Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities. All most welcome to the stand to this first panel and session in our first day of the conference. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, all our valued attendees, peace and prayers be upon you. It is my pleasure to, and also my honor, to attend this session and to be this panel and to be moderating for this panel with these elites and really the stars of the philosophers and valued philosophers as well. And please allow me just to introduce, to express my thanks and gratitude to invitation me to attend this conference. This really celebration and also participating in this session, and really would like to underpinning that really it is my word, that word that really a word was His Highness the Chancellor of the University, and when he said that really welcomed the philosopher and really welcoming the philosophers and really attending the philosophers in this valued and prestigiously country, which is really launching the tolerance and love, and also really thanks a lot to the country. Thanks a lot to the really His President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed Bin Zayed, and for all the United Arab Emirates peoples, all of them. It is my pleasure, really, is the scientific research that to introduce for this panel, and in the occasion of this panel, it is introduction to really to just a brief about 10 to 15 minutes maximum to my research that I have prepared. This really I will really depart this panel and also to be as a moderator, but really to take the word from my colleagues. Each one will also the same, will be about this from 10 to 15 minutes, and please, I ask Dr. Ibrahim to alert me if there is something to be more expanded or so extended for this 10-15 minutes. Thank you very much. The address of my working paper was really attending the development in the contemporary thought and contemporary Arabian thought. It is really the research between you, and you can. It is really emerging and breaking through from this one, from the researcher Dr. Fahmi Jidaan, in his book for the really the development on the Islamic thinkers. It is really from one. It is one sentence said the conception of development of the Islamic thinkers really has not been taken just rarely. Only when we said this really remark should be really noted in his paper. Of course. It is Dr. Fahmi Jidaan. It is really not really truly for the conception, but really it is really drawn to all the fields of the indicating field that really coincing and really to this development to be as one, as really the conception of the mind, the conception of freedom, the conception of history, the conception of human being. It is really in the field totally. The conceptions are really linked to the Western and emerging and historically and philosophically. Really, it is not really, there is no something more speech about modernism, about it has really launched in our Islamic. Of course, we are aware that Dr. Abdul Salam Al-Abbadi, of course, really attended that really for the symptoms and the features of this development that really occurred, and that really I keep in mind that some of my history about to quickly say that what I'm really interested from this Western conception is really some more remarks to be and more observations to be taken in consideration. The first one is which really linked to the mechanism of the modernism is really separation between religion and non-religion. We are really in front of some conception of some religious with this values and so on, and there is civil really mechanism, really more pluralism and so on. But of course, really emerged from the emerged and launched from the religious values and with to be compatible and also be contradicted. It is my first point, and here is a main stream in this one. It is really from this German one. It is really from social. It is the bourgeoisism class, of course. The second feature is the modernism really means that the birth date of the new state. And it is really it is in one word. It is really the one state. The modern state really it is against some religious states. It is big difference between the two states with really some authorization and really and other state really based of the contracting social agreement and also the idea of that system. That really is the third one about the humanity. This is the third point. It is pivotal and the human pivots that's really very important, which is really the crucial point, which really as a humanitarian, the mind and the freedom and the consciousness of the history of the development, of course. For this one, it is really in the Renaissance age. Of course, in the Renaissance age, there's something really, these thinkers of Renaissance, not only the Islamic thinkers, but really all other options. Really, it is really some difficult, but really because there are some liberalism, some others, some really, of course, we don't know what is the really liberalism. And it is all the thinkers, they read the history of the Western, and they understood by their their own references, by their own conceptions, by their own really understanding, which is really already about in Islam, there is no religion against religion. Islamic religion, there is no something really something about the religious state. There is no religious really state in the Islam. There is theocratic. The Islamic really is the center, but the state, of course, really paying attention and caring about this one. It is against theoretical. There is no authorization of the religion in the Islamic state. Of course, there is really to be some more conceptions about the state in Islam has principles, has really ethics, and also the civil one has really principles and ethics, and there is something for this really for the ordering of the goods and values and the breaching the other one. Of course, really will go ahead the development. The development really, in its essence, it is the main essence is the human being as a humanity. It is really to be acquainted with the history, and also to be acquainted with the challenges, and also for this mechanism of this one is really the modernism. The development might bring back to two sources. Some really Ibn Manzur, the Arab one, and also the introduction of Bin Khaldun. It is when we talk this Bin Manzur, it is for the tongue of Arabs or the lisan of Arab, and also really to be only this one. In Ibn Khaldun, introduction of Ibn Khaldun, it is really something to be really narrated. There is no one word to be narrated. The development is really of the declining and the downsizing and the backwarding, really something and retreat. It is really the Renaissance age, which is really, it is the Renaissance age. It is, by the way, Renaissance, it is not the one really confers Renaissance, but we do the Renaissance and we don't know the other. The development means that really come to the history. This is Arsalan, the new Arsalan book. Why did the West develop, and why did the Muslims retreat? The meaning of the development is really to make the reunion of the past, of the golden age of the past and history, and also for the model example, and the reunion of the really for the linking again and contacted again with really to some the development. It is not for the human being is not the reference. Not the conscious of the history, but what I'd like to say is that really the matter really something different. Therefore, the thinkers of the Renaissance used some other phrases, and really they make as some words to be, which really something to be as some other words to be repeated, and some the development and the ruqi as of the development, and also that development which is in the meaning has no relationship of the progress or something as really related some really issues and problems. What is really related? It is a matter. It's related with to be acquainted well with this point, and also to be really to alert and paying attention that there are two elements: the human being and the mind, and the freedom, and the history, and the consciousness of history. I do really allow you for this. Really for this time to be really allocated and space. Thank you very much. Okay. The moderator now, I'm here for the professor, my friend, Dr. Radwan Sayed. Yeah, he said that really that is one was really definition wouldn't be need to be defined again. Was really defined, no need to be defined again. The definition wouldn't be again defined. He is really the professor of the Islamic philosophy, really already audited so many texts and really makes so many relationships with other texts before, and really he was really interested of the Arab issues and problems, and also for the renaissance and the revival of and also he has some Dr. Ridwan Said, really the philosophy and really of the development and the defending of the really for the development and okay. Please, Dr. Ridwan, to the stand. The lecture really of the Islamic civilization and also sayings and articles of retreat and down and backwarding. It is really defending of the development. I wouldn't say so in prolonged, but the lecture really is so prolonged, but wouldn't be taken really. It is really difficult to be really narrated is really with the eyes of the present and also the issues of the problematic of the present, which is really in the history and really recording of the historians and of the Islamic history. The history and really understanding the history, two really options, but the present and the future are only just opportunities. And within this really options, the Europeans Europeans really not only the Oriental or something of the Oriental thinkers, but really they came also up to 19th. They have chosen this consider this Islamic civilization a copy of the to be really.
The civilization of the backward and ignorance and darkness. Of course, 90% of them, I mean 10% only of them. Why? Why? Because they used to be two levels leading, on one hand, the global market overwhelmed and dominated the Asian and Arab and African, and on the other hand the military invasion. So this civilization was overcome. The other one is the killing philological approach. If you want to understand a text or a civilization or something, you should go back to their text. They took the Quran and they should analyze the language, which one emanated from Syrian, from Aramic, from Ethiopian, from Hebrew, and so on. So there will be no text, no culture to be studied. This is the Islam. So long the Quran is fragmented, there is no identity, there is no civilization to talk about. Of course, few people who start thinking about this civilization and this culture is not the Holy Quran only. We have tens and hundreds of thousands of scripts of different arts in our libraries in Europe, and they started to characterize them, bibliograph them. They started to spread these scripts as they made or they did in the Japanese and the Chinese and the Greek civilizations, and all of them, they did not have only 2,000 scripts. Until the end of the 19th century, there was 160,000 scripts, and now they are 3 million scripts. Therefore, we should work on the history of the civilization as we worked on the Japanese and Chinese. We should not leave them to the Muslims, the captors of the civilization, that this civilization is taken from the Jewish traditions of the Quran or the Bible. So the history was transformed slowly due to the spread of these scripts, and they joined slowly around, I mean 70%, 70 years, there was no writing only about the Quran or the story or the biography of the prophet, which is an imitation to the Moses prophet biography. Therefore, they started to write about these, and they used to know the philosophical texts and started to write about them. Although the astronaut Averroes and the Greek Averroes discovered for them, and they were not interested more about Ibn Rushd, and they started to be interested more than in Farabi and Avicenna, and they started to be interested in the history of sciences which emerged from the civilization, the history of civilization of ours. The sciences in medicine, math, astrology, and geography, and every science, all of these sciences emanated from the philosophy, and they were forced through over 150 years of research. The Greek philosophy or the civilization did not advance. So there was no from John Sarton 100 years ago and say about that. So they detached it from the cultural and religious thought of the Islamic civilization, and they say that it extended and became powerful, and it has a new soul spirit. To quote from Greek, and after the 4th century, the Salafi and the extremists and spread, and the civilization left and entered into 1000 of deterioration, and the Europeans started from the 5th and the 15th century, as the Christianity controlled the European. So the medieval European became Islamic periods and eras. I will not add more than this. This is a problem really, but the biggest problem is that they were the first to write the modernization or the European texts about the Islamic and the Arab civilization itself. The biggest problem was that Muslims believed this talk. All the Muslims believed this talk. The liberalism and what we call the Salafi. They believed the issue that their civilization deteriorated, although they are different from the reasoning. The modern people, they said that it was frozen as the Orientalism. They said the Jamaluddin and Muhammad Abdo affiliates that Islam is not suspect, but the Muslims and the extremists, what we call the Salafi. By the way, Muhammad Abdi used to call himself Salafi. They said no. The reason is that we followed the old creative methodologies, and we left the religion, and we are affected by the European text. So we should go back to the origin, Muhammad Abdul says, and interprets and leads us to the advancement. This continued to 100 years because these thinkers in 60s, 70s, and 80s and 90s, they did the same thing, and they wrote hundreds of books and hundreds of projects against the inheritance itself. And the history is the civilization of the history, as I said, is options, and they opted for this vision that the Orientalist people chose. As what Edward Said wrote about that was true, but the thinkers affected in this pessimistic vision for the history of civilization more than the Oriental people, because more people, Arab people, do not study the Orientalism, and they do not start in writing in Arabic. Some people say we cannot enter into modernism unless we leave the inheritance. How can we abandon the heritage, and how we can go with Bashar and others, and etc. So they were met by the extremism who would like to leave the West at all, because we are talking about the 60s, 70s, and 80s when these discrepancies happened in Islam. They were not the thinkers of detach as a main reason. There were more reasons, some of them historical, some of them practical, some of them are the projects of the modern and the national country or state, but this affected a lot in the intellectually. There was no one thinking about this inheritance, a huge inheritance, can be interpreted this way or that way. Why this interpretation happened? It should be left behind us totally, and most of them, they work on, and they have evidence, of course, like Muhammad Abdul Jabari, for example, who read more on this philosophical inheritance. But if we read it carefully, as they said, they worked on the curriculum like that, worked by the Orientalism who were interested in the philosophical civilization. Therefore, we suffered a lot of these two problems. And this one, which eradicated the abilities of development intellectually and culturally, because development or a progress intellectually and culturally means the progress is a concept, historical concept. Not as Abdul Salam said, it is only ideological concept. It is a historical and cultural, and it is options. Interpreting the history is options. And if we interpret the history negatively, where can we start? You will not have anything except the European culture and civilization. Or farther than that, as the Europeans said, the identity is Greek. So the issue is that was very extreme and very difficult, because the third party did not emerge among the extremists and the Arab thinkers who are all of the discrepancy and detachment against history under the name of the inheritance. In 1974, the crisis of culture, the Arab culture, in the conference of in Kuwait, all the Arab thinkers were in consensus that the deterioration will remain unless we get rid of the inheritance. I think only Abdul Salik who said no. He said, no, we can use the inheritance, although he is Chinese, and he used to think. I need 15 minutes. I would like you to conclude, please. I will continue. Please listen to me. What happened is that the trials, the correction trials, due to these things were very difficult. The Arab writers started, they said, no, the civilization is continuity. And any factor can exceed another one, or concepts can change, but it is continuity. And this is what I need to reason here in my speech. Yes, we suffer from big difficulties until now in the issue of working on the continuity of civilization and the history of civilization of the other Arab Islamic culture, and the civilization also, the Islamic and Arabic civilization as well. And this current, we started to benefit from the Europeans themselves, because the Hawliyat school worked that, which says no, there is no dark eras in Europe. They was started in working on 1929 in the Hawliyat, and they said the progress was regular and happened over the 10 past centuries. So we started from a similar point to try to rewrite a new history for the Arab Islamic culture, to defend the idea of progress and the continuity of culture as well. And if we do not do this, and it is an option, by the way, and the ability, if we do not do this, these discrepancies and difficulties and magnitudes will continue in the thought and the reality, because the detachment issue is killing one, either for the extremists or the other people. So this current, this big current, which is maximizes according to the condemn of the West and those who preceded them from extremists, in addition to what is still the current of discrepancy, is saying that there is deterioration. So how can we save the vision of the historical advancement to be a way to progress now and the future in terms of culture and thought, and how to write a new history? There is no civilization, cannot be advancement in physics, chemistry and math and deteriorated in thought and culture. How? These people say that, Europeans say that, they say that Arabs and Muslims are pioneers in all civilizations. They exceeded the Greek and they reached, after Farabi, they say, or Al-Ghazali. Al-Ghazali died. Al-Ghazali is only a period in all periods, like Edward Said also. He reached its climax. The civilization reaches climax and make revisions. They start taking from this and doing that. He attacked Ibn Sina in two books, and he took all his philosophical philosophy of Bible. So these revisions made by nations in critical times, they make equilibrium, as Edward Said said, a balance in our relationship between the crisis of us, between our reality and the Western civilization and culture. After Al-Ghazali, there is a bigger philosophy, and after Ibn Rushd also, and we discover them right now. I have 7 new studies issued from the philosophy after Al-Ghazali and after the Islamic philosophy after Ibn Rushd. Therefore, we are in a phase to reconsider and to defend the idea of the development past and present. Thank you for listening.
Thanks a lot for Dr. Radwan Sayed. And really now the word will be delivered to Dr. Maroun Awad, وهو the director of the National French Center, and welcome in France. And really the subject of the word, the conception of the development and in Rushd, and from the meanings metaphysics. Really, I say to Dr. Marwan Aboud, he has 15 minutes to deliver his speech. Peace and the prayers be upon you. It is really with this German researcher in his article addressed by a Burroughs تعليقات الأرسطوية. This Aristotle where he explained Ben Rushd's explanation for the Aristotle philosophy, and also the principles of the Aristotle theory, and also the consequences and where the religious. But he ignored the point, the following point. The Aristotle philosophy, of course, although it is really not be exceeded or supervised, surpassed by its essence, it is a part and a parcel of development already started and continued afterwards. The text that really are really introduced today the overview of all the methodological, as for to the best of my knowledge, about the levels of the development in at Ben Rushd. It is this text really taken and extracted from the Arabian text, which is really of summarizing Ben Rushd for the Aristotle of the Aristotle metaphysics. It is a copy I really discovered and also published with the collaboration with the Kigali Mesenzo and Mr. Hamidou Fadlallah. It is really wasn't known before my discovery to this one in Morocco, in Fas. The text extracted from this really copy it is really from the version of summarizing this Aristotle theory. It is really full of knowledge and full of information, not really really existed in the interpretation of Ben Rushd of metaphysics interpretation, and also in the summarizing of the metaphysics of Ben Rushd. For example, in the end of the summary of the article, of the second article, which is really of the 12th article of the Aristotle, really it is explained the 12th really this really investigation really absorbing what is really the rarely of the books of the, and also the researchers should really come back to Aristotle. Here, I haven't, I wouldn't be able to overview all the reasons for the typing of the time, but really I will write down what's really quoted by Ben Rushd about these levels and stages of history of the philosophical development, and also the motivation for this development. In this text, Ben Rushd, in which he talked about the stages, Ben Rushd quoted by said the most the parts and the sections of this book really of this might be interpreted in different meanings. Of course, as already explained by the interpreters in all his books, all the Aristotle books. Of course, the interpreters wouldn't be to be defined and limited to some truth, unless it is really some the past, which is really equal to some long time. Of course, in which the wisdom has been crowned, it is the same of the past, or the similarly to the past of the time. Of course, not all the books of Aristotle really reached to our hands by interpretation. We really where we might rely on as the same as Alexander, and also we might investigate these really of these investigations thoroughly. There are about 4 stages. They are firstly the first stage, which is really led to the knowledge of the philosophical knowledge, exactly. Of course, preceding Aristotle and until reached as Aristotle, and also to be really self for the Aristotle. After this stage, there is also the explanation of the interpretation of the Greek interpreters, which really extended to from Aristotle age up to Alexander Aphrodisi. Thirdly, the transmission and the shifting from some interpretation of Alexander and some Greek interpreters who really this thirdly stage, which is really transmitting and depicting of really some stage has been some deficiencies about some stories about some really Alexander Aphrodisi having to been reached to some translation and fourthly really the explanation of the Ben Rushd himself where he makes some disclosure about this really of course incomplete stage where it is Ben Rushd said humbly that he wasn't able to transmit and to depict what's really all what's really read in these texts. Therefore, for the development, we might say divide these really 4 stages into 2 really categories. The first category about first and the second stage to be led to some results not existed by itself in some introduction for Aristotle, the knowledge and the philosophy of course completed, and of course and after a long time some explanations of Alexander Aphrodisi and also some more explanation and interpretation. The third stage and the fourth, of course, really, compulsorily to be some really limited development and to committed some development for this. Of course, there is no some tangible development, but third and fourth stage, it is really the transmitting and it is shifting of the after Aphrodisi stage, where after the explanation of Ben Rushd and all these stages, some development might commit some limited development. What is the last word about the motivation and about the engine? Why there is some development in this philosophy? Ben Rushd said that, as he said literally, how can really what is really done? It is really a humanitarian commitment, and the most important to be really be interested in this one by the one who is really paying attention to the wisdom, and also may Allah help and may Allah support. Then there is some really humanitarian development and commitment. Not only that about the humanitarian just service to the people, but really humanitarian or human and humanities just to be, if we really intended to make some auditing for the essence of a human being, we should bring some development in knowledge of the philosophical knowledge. Of course, according to this basement, the development in the knowledge really it is really a human commitment to audit and to investigate the essence of the human being. Of course, according to Ibn Rushd, saying it has some other objectives and aims to audit and investigate the essence of the human being. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Dr. Marun Awad, and thanks for committing to the time in a strictly way. Thank you very much. And now we give the floor to Professor Dr. Edkai, the French Institute of Islamology, Professor Birikai. Talk about, the floor is yours now to
Institut français d'islamologie en France.
تتكلم عن الكلمة للغة العربية أو اللغة الفرنسية بأيهما؟ شكرا جزيلا.
I'm going to ask
أطرح سؤالا بسيطا عليكم. هل من الممكن أن نجد لعملية التقدم عندما يكون التاريخ مبني على ربما قد يأتي إلى الزوال. هناك بالفعل تقدم يتطلب مننا أن نعرف المعنى المضي قدما لتحقيق المساواة والحرية. ليس فقط يتقدم أن نبدأ في نقطة معينة في التحول والتطور في حقبة زمنية ودون فهم لها. إذن التطور الصحيح لكافة العناصر البشرية الخاصة بتفكيك أيضا المشاكل التي ربما تعيق هذا التقدم. عندما هنا نعرف المكون الأساسي والتركيبة التي تعني لنا حرية التفكير من حياة البشرية والتي ربما قد تتوقف كما يجب عليها. أيضا سيكون هناك ليس تكون هناك أفواق تاريخية كما نراها، ولكن العالم لديه تقدم أو إجراء عملية بالتي منها سلالات المستخدمة والآليات والعالم الآلي. بالطبع لا، إن الأشياء المؤقتة سوف تستمر، ولكن لسوء الحظ لكن هناك دائما تكون هناك صراعات وحروب، ولكن هذه الصراعات التي لم تأتي في عين من الصيرورة، ولكن تأتي بأضرار وحروب، وهذا هناك خاسر وكاسب في هذه اللعبة. وأيضا هناك دمار التي تتجذر في العنصر البشري والإنسانية بأكملها. هذا نقول نحن هنا نرى ونشهد نهاية التاريخ. أيضا من الموضوع الجيد لأفضل الكتب التي كانت بالفرنسية العالم بعد انهيار حائط برلين أو جدار برلين. أيضا كل هذا الانهيار يعني أنها ربما بدءا لعالم ديمقراطي وعالم أكثر استدامة للعالم بأكمله. وأيضا أن هناك أمور لا يمكن التحدي فيها، وربما هناك بعض المشاكل التي لم تجد حلا لها، منها التحول والانتقال، هي العولمة، انتقال العولمة. فالجميع يعرف جميعنا الدور من هذا الكتاب الذي لعب كان له التفكير غير التحفظي عن داخل الوحدات أو الأمم المتحدة. هي ما يطلق عليها السيادية وما يطلق عليها الولايات المتحدة. أيضا كلنا نعرف أكثر بإخفاق أو فشل العالم الجديد، أيضا الانخفاقات التي موجودة في الأمريكيان، وظهور أيضا عالم متعدد السمات. لقد رأينا هنا مثل بعض وجهات النظر التي لم يسبق لها مسير لسببين. أولهما بسبب أن التاريخ لم يكن موجودا أو يؤثر على حياة مجتمعنا الحالي وعلى الفكر وأيديولوجيته، ولكن هي بداية نهاية القصة، هي نهاية الفلسفة، فلسفة التاريخ ليس نفس الشيء الذي نراه. والأمر الثاني والسبب الثاني نظرا للتقدم الذي تقوده بالاستخدام السيء لبعض مفهوم التقدم، التي منها أيضا سوء استخدام، التي كان لديها اتفاق واحد التي تحدد أن استقلالنا هي في العالم عن العالم الخارجي، واستقلالنا الداخلي ووحدتنا وحريتنا. إذن لبعض الناس اليوم أو كثير منهم يرون أن المستقبل أنهم هو فقط للمعاني لبعض الأمور والأفكار، وليس هناك فكرة محددة لمدى معين التي بالفعل تحولت من هذه القصة إلى قصة جديدة. وفقا لما قاله كروماز، فإن هل الهدف أن في عام 2009 في عام 1999 كان هناك نهاية لقصة، ولكنها قصة غير مكتملة، ومما يعني نحدد ما الذي سنقوم به، فإن العالم لم يكن موجودا لمفهوم هذه الثقافة أو هذه الفلسفة عبر التاريخ. إذن أيضا قال عندما تعتبر بعضا بدءا بنهاية التاريخ فإنه هناك تكون سلبية والتناقض عن الواقع، والتي قد تأتي بجدواها التي بالفعل لقصص لم تكتمل، مما يعني أن هناك عالم جديد سوف يستمر ويبني على ما وصل إليه الماضي، وبنهاية القصة قد تكون بها أو تتولد عنها إمكانية لأشياء أخرى، قد تكون هذا محتملا هي ربما تكون هي فقط شبح للماضي، فإن المستقبل مبني على ما كان في التاريخ، وهذا يمهد للطريق، لأنه ربما بعض التسهيلات وربما هناك بعض التوقعات لم يتم إنجازها، ومما يعني هذا أنه لم تكن هناك تاريخ كبير بما يعني ويستمر لأن تكون قصصا وسرد، ولكن هي مجموعة من القصص لا حصر لها التي موجودة، التي تقدم ربما تخلق أزمات لعالم جديد، التي لا تأتي بجدواها ولكن تزيد من الأزمات. وأيضا فيما يتعلق بأن هناك قصص بالمؤامرة، ليس هناك قصة التي تمكننا أو ممكنة لنا بشكل مستمر، التي قد قيلت وسردت علينا نحن كأطفال، التي كانت مرتبطة بكتب التاريخ. إذا كل هذه القصص فإن هذه السرد في مجتمعاتنا أو في العالم الخارج الأعمال إنها ما زالت موجودة بهذا الطريقة وهذا النهج. كل هذا مترابط بعض شيء بمعلومات جديدة ووسائل تواصل جديدة وتكنولوجيا جديدة تأتي التي ربما بدأت في التسعينات وتحول ما هو العالم الحقيقي إلي نعرف ما هي تؤثر في عالمنا أيضا. هذا سمعنا عن التوليدية وما هدفها وما الغرض منها وأيضا الغاية منها، وبعد ذلك كل هذا كيف لهذا التناقض أن يحدث، وكل هذه لابد أن لا يتم فهمها بشكل خاطئ، وعلينا أن نعرف مصدر كل هذه الأسئلة التي والوقت المهم جدا، لأن كما تعلمون الوقت مبني عليه التاريخ، لأن هذه الحافة الكبيرة والقصص المهمة. إذا ليس هناك قصص نظرا للوقت، وكل هذه القصص الموجودة التي تمتص الوقت وتعرف الطقس المحيط والخبرات التي ربما واحدا منها أن يستمع إليها في وقت معين ويثري بها معلوماته لبعض القصص الأخرى. في نهاية القصة هناك احتمالية تشير إلى بعض أنها تهلك الوقت أو تقضي فيها الوقت، وبهذا فإن إمكانية ربط هذا اليوم بالتاريخ بحكمة الحضارات القديمة. ولكن ماذا يعني ذلك لنا؟ أنه فقط الوقت، حتى أنه في الوقت يعني أن نعرف أن تعيش تجربة موجودة في الحاضر، فإن الحاضر بالنسبة لنا هو اللحظة التي ندرك فيها تواجدنا ووجودنا، وفي من الماضي مبني على ما حققه من بقايا الأشخاص، وأن المستقبل يسيء توجيهه وتفسيره. إذن خوف من التاريخ مبني على الماضي، وعندما ننظر لكنها لم تكون إرشادا كافيا للمستقبل ولم تحدد الحاضر. وبطريقة مفهومة، حتى أن الوقت أو عامل الوقت هنا مبني هي أن هذا الوقت الحالي يحتاج من تنفيذ كثير من الأمور المبنية على الماضي لأن نكون جزءا ونكون أكثر استعدادا للتغلب على التحديات المستقبلية. وإذا نظرنا إلى المسؤولية للأطفال والجيلين على سبيل المثال، فإن نحن نتكلم هنا أن تكون بناء على المستقبل القائم على الحاضر الحالي. إذا ما نقول هنا أن مفهوم الحاضر في ثقافة الوقت محدد وفقا بمفهوم التقدم القائم على التاريخ والقصص التاريخية. إذن هذه القصة لدينا نقول في نهاية المطاف ندرك أن هناك خيارين: الحضور التي هي أن نمضي قدما مستقبلا من خلال المشاركة إذا قمنا فقط ببناء الجسور المناسبة التي نبنيها هنا على أرضنا وعلى كوكبنا. كما قلت فإنها تبرهن على هذا الذي نبنيه، لأن هذا التقدم مبني سوف يحدث بالفعل مبني على الذي يمكن استخلاصه والوصول إليه هي ونقول أنها إذا تغلبنا على هذه التحديات فإننا ننجز هذا التقدم، ومن ثم فإن من الممكن أن نمضي قدما لا يمكن المضي قدما دون هذه القصص، ولكن علينا نعرف ما هي الدروس المستفادة منها لبناء مستقبل لجيل مستقبلي، ونقول هنا جيل الغد. وشكرا لحسن استماعكم.
شكرا سيدي الأستاذ
Thanks a lot for this overview and this really valued overview, and thanks a lot to be compatible and complied with the time allowed. And this really, Dr. So, Professor of Mohamed Bin Rashid for Sciences and for Humanities for his University Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities, and also the subject really of the development and enlightenment, and for more observations and remarks, please, Professor, welcome to the stage, and you have 15 minutes, please. As already noted, Dr. Saeed, our speech today about the development and enlightenment, and for the Kant and the lesson. Of course, I have thought about some other addresses, really, otherwise and other than these addresses, but I have chosen that really the address here of this really word only to be limited to these elements and these two factors for the emerging and breaking through of the historical theory, which is really of course the indifference about the idea of development, but really interacted with this one. Of course, these discussions already so many have been interacting with this one about this Kant and lesson. Of course, everybody, of course, really make some in this argument. Some really, of course, in this one between the 18th century space and 1850 and also the end of the 18th century, with some publication of some Kant, and really the text was about really the disputing between the totals and the wholes, and about the overviewing the questions: is it really the humanitarian really and the human being is developing to the better or developing to some? Why did I choose this one? Firstly, because really the complexity of this one, of the issue in this case, some really it is in some between some combating or some overview between the Kant and listen. Of course, it is really something really resembling some really empty can that is which is really including the contents of some really silence exchanged between the two men. There is no relationship between Kant and listen. There is no any personal relationship. There is no any some correspondence or really some really acquaintance or really, but really some of course about some rarely notes. Of course, although of this of interacting of this really, of course, some really some approaching between really about bringing up the human beings, which is really translated by may Allah shower him with mercy, Mr. Hassan Hadafi, and also the relation of this one, and lastly the disputing of the totals, which is really already published by Kant in 1998, which is really afterwards. The matter is really, of course, between might be briefed. Some really its basic elements, of course, was really we take some allowance. I do suggest that the argument to really into three witnessing to be first one educations in which to be overviewing the elements. There are some coverage of some really publications. Of course, the first overview, which is really emerged from the seeds of this argument. When I met and said this about reading of this, about listening, the emerging of this one, when he discovered some really, when we look at the library of Kamiftal, of the governor of the library, and also he became a professor of really of this library, and really of and also really gathered some really documents and some transcripts. He didn't know the owner of these transcripts or something, but he referred to some author, and of course he perceived that these texts are very important, and really he of course some to be published in stages, some sects of this one, and really all round about some about criticism of the texts of the Bible, and also the Old and New really Testament of the Bible, which is really emerged from the some religions of this one. Of course, these publications already consequently for the 70s of the 18th century, and of course some make some indifferences about and some disputing about the credibility of this text, and also to make some arguments about this how much really of this credibility of this project, and even who is really the owner. Afterwards, the author of this Raymond Rose and Herman, which is really he is not really a philosopher, but really some knows about the really Oriental languages. But he made some this text. He did not because he was afraid of himself, and this text has been already related to some about some justifications. But really it is really relating to advocating to alternative about Christianity. This really something listening. It is some complexity of that really. Some of course after he has been really already prevented, and he has been annoyed by the other really advocating at him, and also really some about really returned to be as a theory of the how to be bringing up. The second overview that really I'm talking about is how to do some discoveries of listening, which that really already stemmed from Ray Maros of the one who is really expert of the Oriental languages and of the Christianity, that really to be a theory of the revelation. Really, the theory of revelation, of course, already mentioned in 1780, which is really, of course, approximately the first serious stage to transform the conception of revelation into historical element, and really as a conception of religious conception that really to be materialized and embodying the divine care and divine of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and this how to be revealed of this one, and also to be really introduced in this development. Of course, some really, of course, taken from the text of the Bible or the Old Testament, which is really is a similarity between the time and the human beings and the age of the ages of the man already really living, and from the childhood to the really the aging and old aging. Of course, really depending on the image of the written, of the how to be written into really development image. Of course, it is really the complexity of this one, and which is really the revelation as it quoted by Schelling, and what of course noted only that as actuality. Of course, that really we are really receiving. Of course, revelation as really motivation of history, motivation of the time. Of course, based on with the compatibility with the really of the human time. This revelation, of course, which is really the disputing point, which is really not only in the Kant but only on the contemporary of Kant listening and Marcel Delson. Of course, he wrote from my own side. I have no idea about the bringing up and raising up of the human being. I don't know which is really this historian made of this one. Really, the matter is really from the Mr. Delson, that really is the pioneering of the Jewish, who really already drafted the first idea. What is really the focusing point? This matter is that really in the listening, how to make the total as really human being as one person, as if it were one person, and really thinking of this one. This really, of course, the one paying attention sent him to the school and also to be as a man afterwards. Of course, Mendelssohn, this really is not right. The human being is really, of course, in all ages, not developed. It is really very Mendelssohn. It really wouldn't really developed as from a child and the man and aging. Of course, it is the cradle. Of course, he might really live on some milk, and then as a man, he might take and he might feed on the veal. Of course, after the development, it is really the individuals, not the people, which is really the divine to be really to this in this lifetime. Of course, and the ground, everybody really exerting efforts for their lifetime to some roses and some other valleys. I might raise to some mountains and my hills, but however, to be are all developing to some aim and some objective. I wouldn't think that it is really as a result. Of course, it is from the divine that really of the total people really, of course, as really walking always forwarding. It is really the idea is not really something instinctively, or it is only to going forward. It is not commitment. It is not compulsory. It is not really imposed on the human being to be developed, and they also were all really not only concerned to them, and this and Guinness was really the listening to for the divine, and also the Mendelssohn, he doesn't deny the divine and also the same, but the Kant, but really is denying that the force and the unseen force. It is really the manufacturing the history and the making the history, and which is really to be taken by Kant, and as if it were to be by profiting, which is really not also be, but not only from some fixed assets or fixed really understandings, but only to be taken from the history. What is really for the direct reply? As for the human being, you wouldn't find any fixed development which is really approaching from the completion, adding to that really the human being are really sometimes are really might be in falling in some changes, not going forward, but might be sometimes backward. The human being might forward and backward continually, but the human being are really changing between the from up, from down, from really, and from the top and from the down, as really was all really kept in all edges, and the same level of the ethics. Mendelssohn not listening afterwards, Kant linking together with the development with the ethics, and Mendelssohn might be ethical element and ethical interacting as the same acting and the same level of the religion and non-religion, from the really values and from some bad and some actions, and also some really Mendelssohn really, when he says that wouldn't be leading, that really forwarding continually to the best. This really, the best hasn't really not existed, but really at present there is some competition between some disputing or some competition with really not to be and repeated and also to be committed. We really that can't really refusing this. Of course, this is a first situation, first really stand, and the first point of view of Mendelssohn, and also the second of the student of Kant, Hardel. He wrote in 85 of some of them listening some ideas about of this history, and also added some another book of the same meaning. He said in this point exactly, the mind, it is really have some exercises and some really the outcome of the human being. Then he really stated the human being bring up by really following up this some paradigms and some images will take it to the completion. The idea of the completion of the 18th century, of course, at Rousseau and Herdel. But really, how is it to be explained and how is it to be interpreted, in which the principle of the human being history wouldn't be really mentioned as history? Of course, all of them, as really building will be a series of civilization. This idea about of Herdel. Really, I wanted to talk about Kant. I think my point of view, of course, Herdel, of course, there is no development. There is no development for any logic interpretation. And that the human being is really transmitting from to the best. Of course, leaving and departing firstly the present, and also transmitting into civilization. And also the criticism is very accurate, and really, and the civilization is really from from civilized position to another civilized position, and from lost nature, which is related to be narrated by Kant, and it is toward to historian position. There is no meaning of development for the historical. Only just one brief word, and for serious summaries about the Kant, where is really interested by the third overview of the book. Kant, a friend of Musa Mendelssohn, and also a professor of Herder. Between these two icons, of course, he stated that really ignoring and denying for him that the human being is really as a entity should enjoy of the individualism, and really to attribute it to the ground, and the earth is really one which really is the Kant, really the unity of the human being. Where it is really anthropological, it is the unity of earth, it is the unity of the human being, and also the unity of also the destination, and also the fate of the human being, also which really denying of some developments, of course, and refusing strictly what really, of course, to her there to really insist on the idea of development shouldn't be. It is really to be of the human being as a whole, and really to be listening, really agreeing, listening, and not really ethical only. Also the revelation, and also which is really of the little and the minimum level of the Lahut and the non-religion, and really I have really resulted in, and I reached the outcome. He has no overview of the lesson, and this is the last one, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for our professor. Just really to alerting you about the time, and thank you very much. With the Kant and the listening, we do really navigate, and we do diving in this of the human being. And thanks a lot, my dear brother, for your accuracy, and for selecting and thanking. The last of the speakers in this panel, Dr. Ibrahim.
The one who called us in this conference and in this session, and the professor of the University of Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities, and the research is for the dignity between Ibn Rushd and Bek Dula Mandiro. And thank you. Thank you, Dr. Said. The speaking and they talk about dignity between is to discuss the idea of progress and how to how it affects the concepts that are followed by 3 centuries, and what allows us in this attempted is what Milandora has actually known the idea of and the concepts of Ibn Rushd and how to follow him and follow his points of view, and this is how what he actually explained, and the idea that the evidence of this is the knowledge of Milandora of philosophy and Islam. And the idea of Islamic philosophers who are not to be late about dignity and does not refuse the idea of dignity and the Muslim dignity. And this is where he take the idea of his philosophy. This research that I am presenting here to you can be summarized in 3 stages. The first one is the idea of the research, the concept of dignity according to Ibn Rushd and according to Mirandola. The idea of supposing the philosophy as people can maybe assume beside the science who can that can exist the idea of dignity, then we here are according to the and we are agree with the idea of philosophical dealings and philosophical concepts, and according to the context, the contemporary and the modern context. The history of philosophy has actually met by the innovated ideas and innovated concepts, and this is where we are talking about the identity has actually a history, and this history does not relate to the meaning that we know today, as it's still forming. This meaning is still forming and does not still unified. As we still working on it, how Ibn Rushd dignity, the idea of dignity. The dignity, according to Ibn Rushd, does not stop according to the Aristotle point of view, as he actually thought about and wrote about the Aristotle's book, which is according to the moral and the ethics. He moved the idea of dignity between from being individual in order to and moved it to be a community and society. So Ibn Rushd said that the dignity is what the all people can consider these morals and these ethics and these values. So the dignity means for man to be rich and to be in a good wealth and in a good health. So the dignity is something that can be gained. So some people can have dignity and others does not. So the city of dignity must be said that it's known as the president or the someone can be known as a rich and the wellness, and so anyone who has a dignity is the one who is a rich one, has a good repetition, and does not has any relation to the human's education or anything like this. Moving to the big or the big concept, as it is the one who are focusing on, I will try to follow the idea of dignity for human and show you the how he actually built the concept of dignity. So we are considering dignity or the metaphor as something that make the text itself as a good thing. But here, for according to Menendola, he has a great point of view according to dignity. So if the modern science has actually became according to the focuses on the world is actually gathered by or controlled by a good regime, then dignity for Mirandola is actually the man has actually created according to the God or in the form of the God. And I will mention some metaphors that Mirandola said and mentioned in his book. The first one is the idea of the man or a human as a full entity of beauty, and we can consider it or take it as a metaphor from the religion of Islam, that we consider that the man is the best and the most beautiful creature at all. So this metaphor as actually focuses on the centralism of dignity and human in the world. And the second one is that humankind or mankind is different from other creatures related to beauty and dignity. So the idea of Menandora is related to how to be distinguished from other creatures, spiritual or existed. So this is what we are focusing here, and what's related to the dignity of humanity for Mirandora is that the mankind is the one who can focusing on the and the most distinguished creature. The second metaphor is the being. Mankind is a small or a very small entity. So the considering. And this means that the mankind or the human is just a minimized photo of this world. So it's just, and so this small cosmic or the small universe, it just can be simplified in human or mankind. So the man or the humankind itself is the only creature that can be known as the way to understand the world itself. So the most valuable manner of knowing is to understand it himself. So if you understand yourself, you will understand the whole world. The third pillar of this research is the idea of, and the third metaphor is to let the stairs or don't follow the others, which means that you don't have to reach the peak of the world or the peak of the existence, and it's just a process that can be continuing and that can be done according to in the peak of this world is the love, which is the most important mean in the world. And this is why, according to peace or according to this peak, that Allah creates peace and creates love. And this is why, and this is where Mirandola focused on, which considered this nature as a good thing that Allah created. So this is to distinguish between the mankind wellness and the God's one. So that Allah created human and created nature in order to be followed according to what He will. So man can present what he wanted to die, what he wanted to did and do according to the Allah's will. The fourth one is that the man is the gift of the the gift of Allah. So this gift of Allah and this man is the one that Allah created to be his succession in the world. So why this fate is related to only human? This is what we can be focused on the Islamic point of view and the Islamic culture. So the mankind is not known at all, but I created the man in order to be known, or in order to be understood. So Allah Himself created the man in order to know and in order to allow people to know Him and to confess the knowledge and ability of Allah. The third one, the following one, shows that Allah created the man in a very certain way, as Allah created actually other creatures such as animals in a certain way that cannot be changed, but and also the spiritual creatures like angels and so on has actually created them. Allah created actually them in a certain way. So when it came to the mankind, it actually Allah created him in order to bear from any certain form that can be define him, but he actually so he does not have a different form or a certain form. So he does not have any certain form as it has a good one. And it's related to Allah. So Allah actually created him, and Allah Allah just created him and in order to be as a miracle and as a minimized shape and of the world. So if there is, according to Mirandola, if other creatures are actually related to the people and its ideas, then but here the mankind does not can be determined, and he is only the only creature that can be defined his fate, as he has the ability to choose. And he has a free will and and so he is able to choose whatever he wanted to do. And there is nothing that can be defined the mankind nature, but he only the only creature that can do this. The next metaphor is related to place, as the mankind does not have he doesn't have a certain form, then he doesn't have a certain position. But this position that he already has, he is just Allah already chooses this one in order to be moderated and in order to choose what to do in the world. So what mankind do is just trying to do in order to not to be related to infinity or mortal or immortal. Then this is Allah, what He created him. The next metaphor is the idea of a painter or a sculpture. This is where the sovereignty is given to the mankind over himself in order to create his culture, his history, and exist and build his build the structure of his cultural and moral life. If he didn't do so, he will be just like animals. So the mankind and the human is the only creature that has the ability to be whatever he wanted to be. And according to the Mirandura, he said that the mankind or the human, he is the only creature who has the ability to make a real revolution in thinking and identity. There is also so different metaphor, but I cannot mention them all according to the lack of time. According to Big Mirandola, is the one who established. Actually, there is another metaphor, which is the metaphor of wings. As the man has wings that can be fly with in order to build his character in a good way. Actually, he can think that these wings are the nature wings and the moral wings. The Mirandura, the one who is focusing on facts, is the one who he was actually working on and in order to present a certain thing and a certain thought for him in order to that can that can overcome the idea of Christianity and these errors. So he is trying to make a challenge and that make people and make humankind as a distinguished from other creatures and have the greatest position over the other creatures. But this cannot be done except for the idea of dignity. So freedom, according to Mirandola, is not a free will, but it's actually a God gift. And that came as a result of creating the man according to the form of Allah. So he cannot be understood as a different or a distinguished creature, but actually as Allah. So there is there is a question: how can we imagine the identity and the form of the man? But we need to know and understand the form of Allah, and this is how we know his ability in order to create the history and progress. So Big Mirandola was the first one who hit the light over the idea of humanity when he mentioned the idea of freedom and dignity, when according to and what Ibn Rushd has actually mentioned and his school. So if dignity is an idea of imagination, but according to Mirandola is actually related to the idea of mind and ability, how to control the nature and how to control the happiness. And thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim Brouash, for his presentation and committed to time. And thank you for all the researchers, Dr. Ridwan Sayed, Dr. Berkay, and Dr. Fathi Nkazu, and Ibrahim Burshashan. Thank you for your attendees. And according to our the organization of this session, and as we saw late, according to our agenda, I'm so sorry, I needed to end this session. And thank you so much.
نشكر لكم حسن الاستماع الكرام.
A break, a small break, in order, and then we will continue our discussions. Thank you so much.
إن شاء الله اشتغل. نعتذر منكم. الآن استراحة الصلاة والغداء، نعاود بعدها متابعة جلساتنا. شكرا لكم.
after having the lunch, inshallah, we go back to continue our discussion. Of course, during 1 hour. So we will come back at 3:30 or 3:15. Thank you so much.
Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
أستاذ دكتور فريال بوحافة جامعة ويرزبورغ ألمانيا. وندعو أستاذ دكتور محمد سرو جامعة محمد الخامس المملكة المغربية. ونرحب أيضاً بأستاذ دكتور السيد ولدبا جامعة نواكشوط موريتانيا. آخراً وليس أخيراً نتشرف بدعوة أستاذ دكتور حاتم أميزيل جامعة سيدي محمد بن عبد
Hello. Check please. आ रही है आवाज? हेलो चेक प्लीज. हेलो 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 चेक प्लीज. ओ बोला I talk to waiter. Come. Chairs. Kursi. Hello. Hello. Check please. No voice. Hello. 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 Check. Check please. Okay.
شكرا.
दो उंदे च रख एक और इत लिया ओदे भी दो रख पूरियां इधर भी दो रख. हेलो हेलो ओके ओके.
بالمؤتمر الدولي الثاني للفلسفة.
Really again we welcome you again for the second session and the virtual hall, which will be about the conception of development and also about the development conception meaning. Well, Dr. Feryal from Germany and Dr. Zulaj from Mohammed Fest of Morocco, and also Dr. Farcha from Mauritania. Lastly and not least, we'll do really Mohamed Bin Zayed of the Morocco Kingdom. is really to inaugurate the second section and the panel about the conception of the development philosophically, and it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Mohamed Saru from Mohammed Fifth University in Morocco. He really combining between medicine and philosophy, and really who really of course reminding us of the other philosophers in Arabian history, and also the conception of development, also interactions and compromises. Here is yes, his will be the panel. Peace and the prayers be upon you. Really, this really is a subject about the conception of the development, really compromises, and with the introduction, and also development definition, and also the emerging of development, and also some development of development. And really we have really paved for this subject by also talking about modernism. It is really we're talking about modernism did not really achieve the development and the justice and the stability, but modernism really it was behind so many catastrophic and wars and battles, as long as as a result of the non-ethical applications of violence, which is really sometimes some other voices from here and there really criticizing of the necessity, and also to recamp and also to control the modernism, and also to really to come back in order to lead the scientific sciences and also the human sciences to be as for the liberation of man, and also to really as one of the constitutions for the living. But this modernism, of course, it is not really has been really emerged from just really by accident. It is really came and stemmed from some really some more components, and of course really some other from other really, and from some miserable, and also after the really recamping and achieving so many experience, and also to really to control of the some other in the environment, after he really changed to some really other areas, and also to some other levels in some arts and sciences, and which is really we might say this is development. Of course, we have already chosen this development as a result of to be really matched with the first pivots, and also with the studies philosophical studies center release. The second one is really of the about the epistemology of the development. It is really development of the progresses, and progresses really some progresses, some pro, and which really and the progresses which really also refers to the walking. So progress really means that going forward, and this really limitation of the sometimes they really have some indications on some of the some space, but really and the sphere, but really so giving and granting some really some space and time dimension to be of the some of the compromise, and really for some the new philosophy about this some development of the knowledge. Of course, this for this one already initiated and really creating for this one of this about the translation of some compromise for the what's the meaning of progress, and of course has making some the how is it make some really the knowledge and continually to be endlessly for this one on front of this view of the for this some chapter this one already makes some interpretation for some interpretations and some really translations of some really interpretations which are relevant, and also some discussions made it for the some other for the argument for some arts and really scholars and really novelists and really making some other people about the progress. Of course, really from as a result of this progress to really sites about the really of the some of the past and some other. Of course, for this first, these are more for the for this one already. Some come back to some opinions of the past and how is it to make it progress, and of course some really some other people sometimes might be indifferent for some modernism and really some for the future and not for the past. For this about this one about this really Salafism and some epistemology of the, of course, already has been run between some really became that the knowledge, of course, already witness some more total and also some other really as some doubtful or something. But really, for the idea of develop progress, it is really not really stand for the anything. Therefore, the progress already not yet be crystallized from the 17th century, but really wasn't really traded as that it was really volunteering for the law of the nature, as really emerged from the commitment of the nature and of development and progress, and also to be the top of the living, of course. Really about this paradigm, really, some really, of course, the progress of the man has been from long time, and from the development of some years, and also developed for some ideas, of course. But the idea of the progress and for the development, there hasn't any some other from Greek and search, which really already constituted about some really logic, and also and the Christianity, of course. Some really the progress of idea of the for the Saint Augustine. Of course, it has been really written by Saint Augustine, which really constituted by a link and by both by the Church for the lifetime and the life after. But really, some, of course, this progress has been already was really necessarily, and also as a necessity, and also to suit therefore what really we are seeing in the environment is really some transmitting of this divine shifting into human shifting. From other sides, really the idea of progress really is to make some good after the 15th century and after the discovery voyages, and really some really of the, of course, some really remarkable of some really diversity of some really of the people, and there are some other really other answers, and there, of course, some really acceptable has been with the idea of the from the ideas of the differences, and also differences of ideas, and of course the Rabelais, French writer, who was really the first one who used French, make some. Not really, of course, Montaigne.
On the other side, there was a comprehensive for the knowledge advancement, interpreting that the nature of the human mind, based on ambition and curiosity. And as other historians talk about the existence, there are approaches for this concept. Another meaning of knowledge and moral. This connection between the two approaches, which will be behind the intellectual argument between the preservatives and the modernized people in the 17th century. They all contributed into what they call modernization. So the relationship with the time is critical for the thinkers. Then the concept of thinking, which indicates the transformation from the conventional world to a world prompted by a desire for that. And this is the same that manipulated and advocated by Pascal and Bossuet and Boutonel also as well. In the 18th century, Cherko will adopt the same approach based on the perspective of humanity that advances to endless. And these ideas were embodied in the development perspective of history emerged in the 18th and 19th century is considered the hegemony of thoughts. In the 19th century, the distinction between the progress and development is less critical. The same as between the social sciences and biology, because in the second half of the century, 19th century, many theories emerged about the concept of development and based on the approach of competitiveness and conflict. And they depended on transforming the laws of interpreting and life, laws regarding the social and political sides. And Karl Marx was aware of that in biology and the conflict between the social classes. And he talked about that in his thesis. On another side, Spencer focused in 1851 that the civilization development is part of the nature, and the latter is not abrupt. And this concept has its own academic and scientific meaning. And based on the Spencer theory, which was Darwin theory, has accepted and contributed to enhance competitiveness and increasing the faith in science and the society, the industrial society are behind the satisfaction of the human desire. And certain problems will be solved nearly. You have 5 minutes only to finish your talk, please. In another approach before the last one, which we specialized to criticize the concept of progress, it has been clear for us in the 18th century regarding the progress is an important point in the methodology, in the mythology that was put in the modernized community, and the approaches that emerged in the 19th century also constituted a good and critical factor for the industrial revolution and the development of the society politically, socially, and economically. Thanks to the scientific role and positive role for this concept, the scene means that it is against the 20th century by having more crises and more natural and deterioration in the societies that the social society, the mass social society, did not witness. In Germany, for example, Nietzsche refused the controversy of progress, and all thinkers also criticized in this spread, and he considered them below the intermediate. And the French sociologist Jean Sorel, who was the first of Karl Marx, was controversial to deal with what he considered progress, and he considered it the ideology of bourgeoisie. Also, after the First World War, where millions of victims died, but a framework, and the German philosophy put Spengler, who criticized in his book, not especially for the progress concept, but also for the Western culture. In the same context, the philosopher, the Finnish Bullwright, criticized the concept of progress in 1995, that the idea of progress is considered a dead idea. Despite these disadvantages and the critics, the mindset of 20 and 21 is still important and gives a lot for the idea of progress. And the continuity of progress is a condition for the contemporary societies. And depending on it as a mechanism also makes the countries to be developed. It is still continuous. This is the advocacy of and the criticism of development. This means that they are still living in a profound crisis toward the concept of progress. The progressive people have developed and manipulated many theories to increase the knowledge and technology that leads in progress to human. But when we contemplate from a philosophical perspective, we find that these arguments are weak. In other words, if technology and sciences greatly develop, we should control their trajectories for the interest of human people by using wisdom. But the reality indicates that the latter one, I mean the wisdom, does not witness the same speed of development. The same topic we specialized for the indicating and extracting the concept that faith constitutes a hope to get out of this crisis, which the concept of progress has been dominated by, which leads to the faith of human brain. So the human should believe in himself as a living creature. And the philosophy that put pillars to crystallize these ideas for the perspective European perspective, like Hegel and Marx and others, and who paved the way for the scientists like Einstein and others, where progress has developed a lot in their times, and control and organize the concepts like freedom in the 19th century, tolerance and openness and knowledge and human rights. And the progress also knew that at the end of the work. Considering all of these, we are living in a state of deterioration and backward economically and politically, and complain of backward, and the tail thought is controlling it. We believe that the role of the human science and philosophy especially are not important only, but also living thing and necessary, not only for that they work on human as material, but because they are qualified to have discrepancy for the reasons of the backward and deterioration, and these reasons will relate by human as he looks to the human and the universe, and his knowledge, ability, and his readiness to overcome all these backwards of misery and fear and deterioration. I conclude by this word. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Dr. Sarwa, for this critical narrative and committing to time allotted. Okay.
Yeah. Now shifting to the second lecture to be delivered by Mr. Dr. Said Wildebah from Nouakchott, from Mauritania. The professor of the philosophy, and the address is of the progress of freedom and also the challenges and the stakes of the philosophy. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, and the truth, I would like to talk about the issues of the philosophy right now from the liberalism and liberal perspective, and how is it liberalism has been launched as a conception of progress, and of course the liberal theory really based on this conception. Of course, the paper is so long, but however, it will be introduced in brief about this subject. Of course, I have started with a speech that the idea of which is really about the liberalism is about the freedom, about the freedom and liberty, about the central of the conscious, and also the feelings, the self-feelings of freedom and liberty, which is really means the conception of determination, and also to be regularized from the ontology and from the open of the social field in its space. Of course, there are some other liberal trends, but really some distinguish might be taken into consideration for, especially by specialists about the specialists of the liberalism of happiness and liberalism of entitlement. Liberalism of happiness launched from some images of short male, and of course returned to the importance of the happiness of achieving the free liberty, and which is really developed by Don Ross, and with his opinion about justice. About the entitlement, it is about the really about the series of some group of some philosophers from Friedman about liberalism, about the based on the equality, which has become central for the imitation of the public imitation in this one. Afterwards of this distinguish between liberalism of happiness and liberalism of entitlement, might be this some issues and the challenges might be how is it to be emerged from this individual perspective and individualism, which is really about the legal, about the civil share, common legal link. Which is sometimes from liberalism, and the self idea is about liberalism. How is it to be based from this individualism, and how is it of some image of some also to be the conception of the broad spectrum conception of about the indetermination and the determining and the constituting state, a union, and consolidating community and society. Of course, these are really some other opinions and some dissertations about of the old philosophers, which are of based of liberal philosophers, and really I have really stressed on the theory of justice of Don Ross, where it is really based on the basic idea and the principle for this of Don Ross, really about this the linkage based on some compatibility and some compliance with the basic principles of justice, that really to be really already contractors of and agreed of the contracts under the really agreements of the some neglected and some ignorant people. It is really some the linkage common based, and also be sharing in common between all some really some paradigms of some rationality and the balanced rationality, which is really to be framed of international frame of this civil linkage. Of course, Don Rawls did not make some he really make some restructuring of the contracting theory of the social contract, which is really already established by John Locke and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, about also giving its a new image about of the really of challenge, that really how is it to interpret the civil linkage of the contracting beyond of the metaphysics, and also to be politically, and also to be the idea of the justice. Of course, all discussions and arguments today are really emerged from this really of this challenge of really crystallized by John Ross, and also really stemmed and triggered so many discussions and arguments. Of course, in this one, from Don Rawls' theory about the issues and really questions about this, the liberal theory faced and still facing the crisis of the really complicated issues of how to be established a linkage, civil linkage, also compatible, contracting, really guaranteeing the freedom of the individual, and also accepting, volunteering the authority of it is by the end of the open-ended authority, which is really of course overviewed by Haeckel in his book, and how is it really to be structured by in the framework of the political liberal politics. Some of the reflections of this one, what's really crystallized by the liberal school, by the priority of the some confession, and also the some political and cultural indifferences, which is really rights are not really really developed, and also some progressed, some discussions and some challenges of course inside the state, but really became facing some was really shifting of some other liberalism, some the issues and of the indifference, and also confession and recognition, and which really some of ideas really already are treated in the liberal thought, and it is really some really the of course the theory of recognition, which is really started by Hegel philosophy and already developed, and also diversity and the multilateral of the pluralism of the some other ideas of the pluralism of which really constitute Charles Taylor, the Canadian philosopher. Of course, we wouldn't take too much for this theory, but we'll try to some extract and what are the main issue of the this already launched and already overviewed by this one, and how is it the liberal modern state is committed to really to renew, and how to make some the neutral value, and also in front of some this value and this is now. It is there are some other issues. How is it to confiscate this pluralism, and or how to make some of the some neutral value, or make some restructuring of some value of some other conceptions, which is really not really dimensional or not collaborative. However, this really might take us to some question really, which is the last question, which is really the last question, which is really the pluralism of the criticizing the liberal theory. Is still the liberal theory acceptable scheme for the progress and development? Is still really a constitution and politically constituted in the 17th century and 18th century? Is it still really the horizon for the philosophical dimensional for the freedom? Which is it really trustee for the enlightenment and progress? This is the question. Is still the enlightenment project is still proclaimed and already advocated for, and is still the project is still this is the last question, and it is really the launched and overviewed, especially today with the really the uprooted shifting, and which is really about the enlightenment philosophy, and of course some of these negativities and some really shortcomings already our friend Mr. Abdulsalam Al-Ali, but really the issue today is how to be emerged from the liberal theory. Is it really of this liberal theory is able was still able to control the liberal really ethics and freedom, which is really is still the state still able to embody the progress and development and the human and the freedom. I'm just already transformed to some type of some confessing authority, even some confessing authority, and it is if it is soft authority, it's still liberal authority, or otherwise it's still already some state to make some confiscation and with methods and mechanisms and some other this was the eyes who is really viewing the authority, who is living the living authority. No need for the direct confiscating, but only make some confiscating and also directing the wishes and desires to be really directed by the authorization of the authority, and he already cancelled so many spaces of freedom in the liberal estate, and now is of course this liberal state is able to control these conceptions of the liberal state already based on the liberalism already transformed into confiscation, and also some really to be some confiscating the freedom. This really issue and the big issue I have left to be overviewed, and the philosophical question that really the idea of the liberalism already made of this really stress and tension between by the civil freedom and really which is really to be overviewed, and so many other new questions. And thank you very much.
Thanks for this presentation. We will move to Mr. Dr. Hatem Amir from Sidi Mohamed Bin Abdullah University in Fez, in Morocco, in the Faculty of Arts and Humanities in the university, and the topic he will present is that the topic of the lecture or presentation is about the concept of progress between universe and theology principles. Thank you, the principal, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the University of Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities for organizing this conference, and thanks as extended to the academic and administrative and technical committees that contributed a lot in organizing this organization of this conference. The title is the difference between the university and theology principles. I will try in this paper to present two perspectives to commit to the time of the session. There are two perspectives to criticize progress or criticize the concept of progress. I will try first to give a picture about the concept. What does it mean? Then I move to two critics or two directives in criticism. The first one is hermeneutic one, and the other is analytical. Then I move to the conclusion. Of course, I will not, regarding the time, to present all the paper, but I will talk briefly about that. And the audience will talk about, see it. The modernization embodies and its contradiction that this awareness is, or consciousness is based on the time, space, and discrepancy. So long this time, it draws between that, attracted by its movement to the future. It constituted and formed with the development a picture of the linear time of the universe, drastically upward from past to the present. And this image represents the movement from the start of the animal start until its end in the future. I will draw attention to the indicating of the completion of the human content, and also this linear also represents from the initiation until the presentation and to the control of the self, and from the consciousness and to the lack of knowledge about the abilities, to be awareness of the abilities of this human being to control the nature, and from the nature to the civil and law, and from the myths and to the period of destruction of idols, and from the subordinate of human to the ability to, and also the announcement of freedom for all people. It is an image, can be made in the image of progress from darkness to light. So the concept of progress is repeat the modern development of the community to control the all the sides of Orientalism and the modernity from the 19th, 16th or 17th century or 15th century maybe, to make this people aware of the projects and abilities. But the similarity between the concept of a progress from one hand and the conviction of the Christian redeem of another side make a constitution and a launch for this concept, and disclose the provisions of the mythology, and leading this led to connect all the modernization to theology, and also neglected the modernity which used to present itself as a new era. What I want to say is that the critique that is due to the modernism is due to the continuity of the new time. So there's nothing has changed, considering it a romantic perspective from the early times of modernization, and it can be read as the extraction of modernity and curiosity to the idea of redeem and the Christian theology. So modernity about the theology or Christian theology of modernization are rooted in the biblical and the Christian eschatology. If it is proven that the contradiction between the Christian and the principles, this means the abandonment of this large title, and to abandon also the concept of individualism and happiness. So the concept of progress, if it is proven, is it still a universal idea if it is proven that it has origins from Christianity? I will stop here to shed light on the Karl Lovit ideas, who added that there is similarity and cloning for the values of the medieval times in the idea of a progress. Karl Lovit said that his thesis in the redeem and the historicity in the principles of theology are based on, unlike the conviction that it has contradicted ideas in principle and perspective for Christianity. Lovit considered that they find their roots in the conviction, the Christian conviction. In other words, the conviction of redeem from the humanity. And so the idea of progress is a copy of globalization for the eschatology, Christian eschatology model. This means that we can take the history from the picture of philosophy to control all the things that are unintellectual with all its projects and abilities, and it is the image that the modern times look at what they have previous things from projects. Therefore, the disclose of the provisions in the this means that getting back all the modernity to theology principles and neglect or negate the modernization. So the idea Karl Lovit will adopt to clarify this extension and this similarity is that what man did in modern time is that he had a project to encompass all the nature, so that the man will replace the God. So regarding Karl Lovit, it is a reason, the reason of for wars And the defeat that humanity witnessed is that it created itself a position that is not suitable for it, so that the development of good sciences in 16th and 15th centuries, the sciences were able to disclose the nature laws and understand the community and the psychology. But now it is clear that this project, which is in its fact theological, it is difficult to be realized. Therefore, matters in contemporary time are deteriorated as they are. This is the critique of Karl Witt for the idea of progress. It is extended from the idea that extends the abilities of a human being. So it is no wonder, there is no wonder that we live in this time of deterioration, of ecological deterioration on the one hand, and wars from the other hand, and conflicts, political, social conflicts, and so on and so forth. This is the perspective of Karl Witt. I will jump to this point, and I will go forward to the philosopher, the Finnish philosopher Fenlovat, the student of Einstein, who contradicted in his perspective the approach adopted by Karl Witt. And he considers that the idea of progress is not there in the medieval times, but it is in the time, the modern time, since the 17th century. Regarding him, the difference between them, the difference between us and the people at the end of the Western people in the end of 19th century, that the elite convicted that their sons will live a better life and a better world from theirs before the 19th century. But we really suspect that the future generation is better than ours. So in one idea, I would like to clarify the idea of progress, is that we go forward to a better world, and the philosophy of progress is what philosophers believed and the elite believed in 19th century deteriorated totally, because we do know that if the matters are taken seriously, all the humanity, we will leave a chaos world for the new generations, and so on. So what about the creation of the concept regarding Forsyth? Unlike Verwitt, the idea of progress is not taken from the Western Christianity regarding Judaism, Greek, and Christianity. In the Greek culture, there's a hegemony of the circulation of the universe, and in Christianity and Jewish is the end of the bad, end of the human and the world, and moving to a better world. It is not found in the conviction, but it might be found in the theology, the Christian theology. So regarding theolite, there is no origin for the idea of the progress. So the idea of progress started, but so long it started, it deteriorated. And we can say that, back to the tree used by one of the presenters this morning about Descartes' tree, about the fruits that the tree produces. Yes, the president of the university, he used the idea of the tree. So the results or the fruits of this tree are medicine and mechanics and morals. So sciences do not help us to reach these fruits and reap them. Regarding Forsyth, the reason is not in the science, because the science is useful, but neither in the technology, neither in the industry, but in the beast that is created starting from this coalition between science and technology and industry, the use of technological use of science and the materialistic investment are the reasons and the risks that surround humanity as a whole. Therefore, I will finish directly to the conclusion, which is carrying the lessons that we should learn and end up with in this approach. The consciousness of the risk that controlled human being leads to hermeneutic principle to understand deeply for the situation and to estimate the idea based on the modern thought. What people affiliate is the transformation in 4 centuries to a creature threatened by extinction. So the coalition between technology, industry, and knowledge has created a new world called technosystem, which is a system exceeds a lot the parameters of the national country and the strength, and they created interests also independent from the individuals and chorus. It is a system that searches more than countries and people how how extended they are. That encompasses all the companies that do not compete, and the goal of this system, because the political industrial countries cannot contain it, and the only way to retreat it, to memorize or to remind this system, if it has conscience, then the international conscience, which is independent. What is the strength that he depends on, and who cannot exceed it or abandon it? It is the nature, of course. The first source for the materials and the raw materials. Deteriorating these sources will inevitably cause the deterioration of the international force, and deteriorating this basic strength will inevitably diminish the international law and international order as a big idea with no values, with no mindset. Only they have competition and profit mindset. And I will similarly put my marriage leaf about the creature in the Frankenstein. It is a beast. So how can we alert him and take away the political forces that direct him? This is the challenge before the humanity that drive us to look critically about the ability of the deliberated thought to face the beast. I mean the system of technology and industry, which is compound system. Regarding the note found in Einstein, it is the science that presented good services for humanity within a calm nature in the human body. They are not responsible for the equilibrium and war. So the reason behind this war against humanity is the strength which gained the decision, which consists of science, industry, and the duties based on the human principles to dismantle this coalition.
Thank you very much, Dr. Emil. Really, I would like to extend my thanks to all speakers for the commitment of the time. Of course, I open the discussion for the floor. I'd like to ask and to start with the question. Of course, I'd like to ask about what are the combining and what are the common and the sharing between all the all overviews And in our morning session, Dr. Radwan said, of course, Dr. Radwan talked about the progress about as the option. I would like to ask how to consider the progress is an option, and from this critic perspective, which is really defining the progress, defining, and also how to. You have talked about the question of the neutrality and also pluralism, and how is it to write from this perspective of the limitation of the progress? In the name of Allah, as the most compassionate possible, and thanks a lot for the really the speakers, and thanks a lot for the some observations, some just really philosophical conference, and it is really I do hope that to launch more discussions and more opportunities of arguments, and of course in order to make some really arguments, I would like to ask. Who really talk about freedom and individualism. What is the conception of community and the role of the society in freedom and also the progress? Is there some conception about this congressional conception and the gathering conception instead of this individualism? How tara the community in such issue? Thank you very much. Really, I do ask really Dr. Arif for this very important question. And he's really a philosopher. In fact, the liberalism of the which is really constitutional of liberalism, which really emerged as individual really trend. Because liberty and liberalization is really determined and really emerged from the individualism and the individual. Of course, this assertion already led to some of the civil linkage. How is it to understand? There are some compromise. It is really contracting or compatible contracting civil linkage, but the total state, of course, the state really extends and really superseded these some the limitations. And he is really of some really eternal sovereign of the state. Of course, I'm talking about the progress from my individual conception. Liberalization of happiness and liberalization of course, the happiness of should be it means that the progress should be social progress. But what is the question? The liberalism of happiness remain to be loyal to the liberalism, and also or just a deviation from this also from this. This is another question. Or yes. We did not hear the. We should continue the questions first. Thanks a lot for the some really overviews of this one and presentations of the. I have some about the some really some idea about some normative and really some normative really problem that really are living wars. We are living the future of the what are the conception. Really, the progress really normative might be limited when أتحدث when John Rawls when he really talking about concepts about the cross of the and the horizon cultural but really some ignorance of course that really we are really sometimes we are really agree we really can make some consensus and also some how to come back to invest this really is not to be barrier of ignorance and barrier of negligence and barrier of ignoring. This is a really very important question. The issue is really it is really big and the question and it is some really which is really overviewed to the liberalization has been and to be more be aware of any dimensional factor or of course any liberalization that really if some attacking of the individual it is really need to be a deviation from the other concepts. Now is it really possible to make some neutrality guaranteed in front of such a big challenge, which really about the pluralism of the values, which is really the legacy and the inheritance. Of course, it is really still still as an argument. How is it how to preserve the idea of the freedom in the framework of surpassing the criticism of consensus? And also with interacting with the chairman of the panel, of course, really I was happy to really to be as under her presidency, and really she moderated the panel successfully. Of course, the idea of the of course the it is inheritance about the enlightenment. It is a value. If we looked for the objectives and the desires and the aims of this contemporary life, or the of course destroying and killing and eliminating the disease, eliminating the really the ignorance, and also to make some equality, to make some tolerance, understand all of this, all projects as objectives, and really for all the human being wouldn't be able to and also celebrate it where it is really from the beautiful values, but the risk and the danger it is really which is really might be treated of the project, which is really became one of the not became the center of this project. Therefore, it is also it is before the regime of the coalition, the coalition really aggressive between technology, science, and industry created gatherings and gathers and the coalitions of benefiting from this coalition and already marginating the so many states of the poor countries. And might talk about really of the margination of, so we are really some really catastrophic that we are living right now. It is this from this coalition devilish try techno and the industry and the science. Really we should and look for some resolution and salvation. My name is Hani Nasira, and My question is on. Okay. Okay.
My question is that, is there a difference between progress and modernization as a concept emerged in this trajectory, and is talk about the new concepts in the international discourse, sustainable development, governance, and alike? Does this exceed the concept of progress? Is it ideological concept? That's it. The talk is yours, Doctor. I did not really hear the question well. If you could repeat, please. Could you please repeat the question, because I did not hear it well, if you don't mind. He means the progress has changed into other concepts, like, for example, sustainable development. Are we still living with this concept with other forms? The question is for the session, the committee. The concept of progress is still as it was before, of course. The progress is philosophically has indication of time. We should advance and we should progress. And therefore, if there are indications added to progress, they will be added in this field, by the way. The problem is that regarding progress is that the issues of application of these things that are applied under the name of progress. And there are many scientific fields like medical, nuclear, physics fields. They become, or they constitute, a question, critical question regarding the thinkers and the philosophers in the West. They talk about that in the West. But the new indications and I don't think really that I think that the new indications will appear as appeared in the 19th and the 20th century. They were as they were, not the crisis at become revolving around the concept of progress. I hope that I have answered your question clearly. Thank you so much, and I apologize for the more questions because of time. So we will continue the session later. Thank you so much for listening. We thank the presenters for their valuable presentations and insightful presentations. To complete the session, the second session, in about the concept of philosophy, we welcome Dr. Mohamed Bin from Mohammed V University in Morocco. The floor is yours, Doctor. And we also welcome Dr. Hassan Hamad from Azakazik University in Egypt. And also we welcome Dr. Ahmed Ibrahim from Mustaghanim, Algeria University. Mustaghanim University in Algeria. the Minister of High Education in Tunisia.
Speakers will be presenting in English. I'm very delighted to open our second panel, and I'm very delighted to introduce our first speaker, Professor Salim Dakkash, from the University of Saint Joseph, Beirut. I think I cannot do justice to introduce
السيد دكتور داكاش، وهو رئيس الجامعة، وهو طبعا لديه تركة كبيرة جدا في لبنان. وأيضا الدكتور داكاش سوف يكون عنوان تقديمه ومحاضرته هي وجدتها هنا، المعذرة،
للعلاقة بين المواطنة والتقدم الاجتماعي. تفضل دكتور.
شكرا حضرة الرئيسة. أرهقت نفسي بالمحاولة الإجابة على السؤال التالي: كيف نطرح علاقة
deal with the social development to be within the parameters of this intellectual session. Joseph Marshall made a parameter for the progress issued in 1950 for 3 phases. The civil community, which includes the rights of practicing their freedom for individuals, and the political nationalization to represent the right to represent in the policy and politics, and the social also community related to the development of the community, which secure the social protection and the guarantee for its individuals and citizens, and the right to live and to ask for these rights to be realized. With Canadian Charles Taylor, the concept was changed, which used to see the nationalization of legal right where the family of the community are gathered there, regardless of their ethnic, religious, and background. But it was and is still required within the national and secular country to forget their ideas in the same freedom and their belongingness spiritually or culturally, and to join the philosophy of the existence of the state, which gives people their values and the meaning of their lives. The nationalization of multiculturalism that exceeds the right of the benefits of the state based on the legal right and social right, and it exceeds the principle of differentiation between the freedom base. And this nationalization or citizenship also belongs to 2 arguments, basic arguments: the knowledge argument that see that the dream of the enlightenment was diminished because it is impossible to know, or from a knowledge point of view, to unify the religions, and also Max Weber also pointed that in his book The Scholar and the Politic in 1919. and he focused on that. It is impossible that ideologies and the religions will be unified in one frame, and it was interpreted that the conflict of human conflicts will lead to the deterioration of the mindset. And no judgment for the values, and therefore to fix the belongingness, the cultural belongingness in pluralism against the political legal of citizenship, abstract citizenship. Really, we are against the difference of groups of people under the Jacob country or state, like the French centralized country, which is unfragmented. And there's also another argument supporting the cultural pluralism, which is the ethical or moral argument, which advocates to a new concept of nationalization or citizenship, which is based on the individual needs and moral needs, and the value of the difference between the individuals. And if the cultural ID is a source for social requirements and political and economic requirements, it is because it is related to the moral ID of the individual, as divulged by Jacques Derrida in his judgment in his book, The Ego, Resources for Racism in 1997. And without fathoming the accumulation of this idea, it is very clear that it is impossible to erase the pillars of that make this identity, because the philosophical and social and political stance says that what ID is waiting for in the framework of pluralism is to recognize it in itself and in its relationships. And what makes this difficult also is that this ID is, on the one hand, individual, from a perspective, philosophical perspective. It is personal, and at the same time, it is choral. Therefore, the recognition, the recognition, we say it in different languages. And this expression also from Hegel in Germany, it includes the group, and this is a fair requirement in this framework where the individual progress finds itself. Progress, as known, is the continuous development of the community to a good example, to improve the humanitarian status and reach the happiness. And I would like to point, as I pointed about the UAE, which put the happiness as a good perspective, that the state as a political framework put the state of people and promote their people's lives in its priorities practically, because the social progress will not be realized without the development of the society politically and economically, and without the leadership of the leader who guarantee, as Hegel in his book said, in the Principles of the Right philosophy, number 273, the social progress, we partner it with the scientific development also and technological development, as they have exchange effect that guarantee the right of everyone to have the care to university and knowledge, knowing that this progress fights the marginalization and poverty. It is doubted that the concept of the state that protects all people and care about people, as it is the embodiment for the mindset which regulates, and the absolute idea, like George Hegel said, when the state cares about that by itself, it prevents the sectarian and repercussions or the religious lock on itself, and the political also exploitation in the name of the sect. And one of the factors that affect the pluralism individually or corally is to fight illiteracy by caring about the boys and the man and the woman to accept and acquire more knowledge and more culture, to make the individual a good factor that affect and enhances the relationship with other people, who believes in the state and its roles in development and developing the abilities, and empower everyone, that every citizen should be aware of the development of his capacities and qualifications to be within the community where he lives and in the state, which is the mindset embodied and protected for the values of the country. So science opens the wide door to understand the past and the present and make proximity with his life to the others and believe in the future. The cultured person or citizen, regardless of his background, steers him ethically by the universe values protected and developed, enable people to Sharia and wisdom, and endeavoring this citizenship apart from the abstract citizenship and away from the steering nature. There should be a requirement for cultural and for every group, and this recognition will not be complete philosophically and morally unless we recognize the value of the individual himself morally as a person who has his immunity regarding the groups who correlate with them and who takes his life from, and who gives them also this life and power, spiritual power and social power. The philosopher Charles Taylor also talks about the intellectual changes or variables or accepted variables. We talk about the ID here, the one it is opened, but what we call the ID, the argumentative ID, and which guaranteed by the modern state, which leads us to manipulate the new concept for fairness should be thought about and should be written about, and should lead to advocacy at the same time to the protection and the immunity of the state and the individual and the community itself, knowing that the climax of these variables and this perspective to fairness will be realized in raising the role of the individual and value, who is the source of development and the progress with his creative thought. Maybe our Arab societies in these perspectives after modernity should be aware of the responsibility that consolidating the cultural ID will not pass without giving the individual his role to elevate the value of the community, to contribute to the development of everyone. Acceptance, the cultural ID, if it is good on the philosophical side, it has repercussions practically, the economical and social globalization, and with its repercussions as in the specialties or privacies, made some cultures and sects and cultures go back to their selves, fearing the loss of certain values, and which makes the certain cultures in contradiction with others, particularly those who are in the field of globalization. The mission of the state is to make the ID open and dialogue or argumentative. This fear leads to being aware of the country that protects everyone, and the people of politics also are in courtesy with this direction, and they manipulate and feed it also for their interests to a certain extent, so that the ideas will be changed into killing ideas. This word from Amin Ma'louf, for each other. If we memorize the Lebanese historian Amin Ma'louf in his talk, before these states, the sectarian conflict should be thought of and we should think of manipulating a concept for the community and the immunity of the country, which becomes, where pluralism becomes without it a chaos and dismantling. This, in here, the importance of the country arises to materialize and realize the importance of freedom of individuals and rights. Thank you for listening. Thank you for time and sticking to time.
Taimur Morel, he's a researcher at the University of Geneva, and he's the principal.
دير ومحقق البرنامج مايك الذي تموله الصندوق النقد الوطني السويسري.
Has been working on manuscripts of Ibn Rushd and Yanyawi and Tulawi in the Ottoman context, and the title of his talk is Progress in the Knowledge of Aristotle according to Asad al-Yanyawi.
And thank you very much to the Mohamed Bin Zayed for your very
ضيم
and hospitality.
لنا وهذا الكرم الذي حظينا.
So I'll talk about the idea of progress in the
progrès dans la connaissance d'Aristote de
Al-Yanyawi. For anyone who has had the pleasure to work in the libraries, the manuscript library.
وكان لدينا شرف العمل في مكتبة اسطنبول، وكذلك الذي نظر إلى الكتالوجيات في الكتب المتعلقة بالكتب الفلسفية والمتعلقة من أرسطوطل، ومباشرة معظم هذه المصادر التي جاءت من الكتالوجات الإلكترونية الخاصة، خاصة عندما وجدنا كمية كبيرة جدا من هذه المخطوطات أيضا المتعلقة من أسعد الينوي وأرسطوطل أحد سواء. ولهذا أنا قابلت السيد الينوي الفيلسوف، وحاولت أيضا أن أقدم اليوم باختصار تقريرا عن رؤيته ومشاريعه وإحياء أيضا أسطورة أرسطوطل أو أرسطو. أسعد الينوي كان عضوا في الجمعية العلمية في اسطنبول من القرن الثاني عشر إلى السابع عشر، واليوم مشهور هو لترجمة الكثير من أعمال أرسطو إلى اللغة العربية، وكذلك أيضا من المكتبة البلاط العثماني.
المحادثات وأيضا المساهمات من خلال هذا السياق، من خلال أيضا المشاريع الفلسفية المختلفة، فكل هذه الأمور التي تمت الرجوع إليها في المراجع والمصادر. وبالتالي سوف أقدم لكم في متعلق بهذا التقدم في النواحي التعليمية في مفاهيم الفلسفة الأسطورية وأيضا الأسطورية، وأيضا في متعلق في النواحي المتعلقة بكل من التي قدمت الدراسات النقدية من الغزالي وابن رشد. وهذا حتى نجد مثل هذه القواعد الخاصة بالفلسفية التي تعاملت مع أرسطو، وأيضا في متعلق بكيفية النواحي من خلال السياق الإسلامي والمفهوم الإسلامي المقدم للدراسات وطلاب الترجمة والترجمات التي قدمت في العصر الأرسطي، وخاصة التي تكونت من خلال القرن الحادي عشر في أيضا في إيطاليا وفي بدوى التي تم ترجمتها إلى اللغة العربية من خلال ترجمها الياناوي وغيرها. وهنا قدم الياناوي قدم ترجمات وتعليقات عن عن الفلسفة الأرسطوية وأيضا الفيزيقية، وأيضا قدمت مدرسة البدوة، قدمت أيضا في يتعلق بكيفية التعامل في التي ممكن أن نراها في التعليقات المختلفة، والتي قدمها في أيضا ابن رشد، والتي قدمها أيضا التي قدمها اليانوي التي تم تمثيلها من خلال الثقة التي قدمت أيضا من خلال السياق الإسلامي. وخاصة يتعلق بكيفية أيضا في بلورك والترجمة النثرية التي قدمت بالتعليق. قدم اليانوي العلمات عن النظم، الأسباب وراء كتابه، وأيضا في كيفية أيضا في النطاق الآخر في يتعلق بأنواع المشاريع الطموحة أيضا في منطق لدى أرسطو وغيرها، وأيضا في الميتافيزيكس، وخاصة التي قدمت أيضا لها التي قدمها اليانوي التي قدمت الملامح الخاصة بالمشروع. وربما أقدم ملخصا لهذه الأمور، حسب أن نقدم لكم مزيد، ولكن سوف أقدم لكم الملخص عن هذه الدراسة. قدم اليانوي مزيد من نواحي العلوم الحكمية التي قدمها من خلال الكتب التي أدرك أنها تقدم من خلال كتبتين، وقدم أيضا فيما لقد أنه ليس فقط أنها مجرد وخاصة يتعلق كيفية أيضا الحكمة والتواريخ، الكتب، وقدم أيضا يتعلق أيضا بالملاحم، وقدم بعضها مشوشة، قدم أيضا بعض العلماء المسلمين في بعض العلماء الكبار فيما يتعلق بالنواحي الفيزيقية وغيرها والطبيعة وماهية الطبيعة، وقدم في كيفية أيضا مزيد من الأسئلة التي قدمت مزيد في تلك التي نواحي النثرية والتحديدية التي قدمت أيضا في يتعلق في التي يقدم منها أيضا. قد أصبحت أيضا مقتنعا بالوليد وابن رشد، والتي قدمها في النواحي الخاصة في النواحي الكتب التعليمية، وخاصة في يتعلق بالعلوم التي قدمت في النواحي البرهانية، التي قدمت أيضا في ما قدمه بعض العلماء من خلال خلال الظن والوهم، أو كيفية أيضا الظن، وقدمت أيضا بعض النواحي العقلية أو النواحي الأصولية والتي قدمت من خلال الترجمات العربية، ويشرح من خلال أيضا من خلال النواحي الفيزيقية وفيما وراء الطبيعة والنواحي المادية، وبيتقدم أيضا النواحي. ومن فهم هذا الإطار الفلسفة الأرسطو ربما يكون بعض اليونانيين من الذي من الدولة العليا، وأيضا في يتعلق كيفية تحقيق certainty وأيضا اليقين، وأيضا في يتعلق مجرد الظن والتخمين. وهنا قدم اليوناني وقدم في نواحي أيضا النواحي الأرسطوية، وقدم كيفية من خلال ترجمة المنطق، وأيضا في نواحي قضاء النظم الخاصة فيما يتعلق بفهم الأسئلة والنواحي الفيزيقية وفيما وراء الطريقة أيضا. وأيضا بعد أيضا قدم مزيد من التفسيرات الخاصة، والتي قدم فيما يتعلق بكيفية أيضا بعض العبارات والنصوص التي لا تفسرت بعض المشاكل، ولكن أيضا قدمت هذه النصوص بشكل وقدم أيضا في نواحي الترجمات من خلال أيضا التعليقات وغيرها. وهذا في متعلق قدم السيد اليانوي لا شك من خلال هذه المعارضات وخلالها أيضا مقاربات. قدم اليانوي كتب الفلسفة من خلال كتابات الدفاتر الطلاب ومن أجل تحقيق الظن واليقين، والتي قدمها والتي تمثل في نواحي أيضا النقدي، الجانب النقدي عند الغزالي، وبالتالي أن تاريخ الحكمة وقدمها الكتاب اليانوي، وبيقدم أيضا في نواحي مثل هذه أيضا الملاحم وأيضا النواحي التراثية وغيرها التي تقدم في التي قدمها في متعلق التي قدمها السيد لطف، وقدم الكاتب الشلبي، وقدم غيرهم من الكتاب والعلماء الكبار من المسلمين. فالذي يعتبر الذي يقدم اليانوي هم المتكلمون. وهنا في متعلق التي قدمت من خلال بعض الأسئلة ومن طبيعة، وأيضا في متعلق بالفلسفة. هذا الجزء أو هذا الجانب من النقد، الجانب النقدي وعلم الكلام، يقدم في كيفية الذي يقدم وبالتالي بعض الرؤية، وهنا تقدمون في متعلق بكيفية أيضا هذا من خلال الفلسفة الفلسفية وغيرها. وهنا وعلى في متعلق بالمراجع التي تقدم في متعلق بنواحي ابن رشد، وقدمت أيضا بعض الأسئلة وبعض المراحم التي من خلال أيضا التهافت ومن خلال أيضا الفارابي في متعلق بالأسئلة، وأيضا في متعلق بالنواحي الضرورية، والتي تمثل أيضا في متعلق بالنواحي الضرورية بنفسها والضرورة بغيرها. والذي ما قدمه الغزالي في بعض النصوص من خلال الكتب أن فيما وراء الطبيعة للفارابي، وأيضا والتي تتعلق نواحي الظنية وغيرها. الآن حتى يمكن تلخيص هذا التطور وهذا في متعلق بالذي يمثله فلسفة أرسطو التي قدمها في متعلق بنواحي الثورة في الطبيعة من خلال تأسيس الأسس الفلسفة التي بدأت مع الترجمة العربية في العالم، والتي اعتبرت التي غير معتمدة، والتي قدم بعض الأدلة التي قدمها اليانوي في متعلق بالنواحي اليانوي، والتي تقدم مزيد من أيضا خلال المستقبل يعتمد على الأبحاث ويعتمد على أيضا الحدود التي تمثل أيضا في متعلق أيضا الأجيال القادمة، في متعلق بكيفية أيضا الاعتبارات التي يمكن تقدم بشكل التي تم أيضا اكتشافها والتي اكتشفت في تركيا. وشكرا جزيلا لكم.
نشكر المتحدثين والتزامهم بالوقت، وأمل أن يلتزموا بالنقاش. أخيرا وليس آخرا،
الكلمة الأخيرة.
The speech to Mr. Mohamed Bin Zayed from Tunisia University. Mohamed Bin Zayed, he is specialized in and distinguished in philosophy and specialized in epistemology and the history of philosophy and scientific Arabic sciences, the interference of and Thomas theory in the history of sciences. Thank you. The title of the interference as required by me, the concept of philosophical progress as pragmatic as a model. The paper has a lot of titles. There is an introduction related to the birth of the two researches, the epistemology on the history of sciences. Secondly, Thomas Kuhn, in his relation to what he made Thomas Kuhn as a historian for and discoverer for the sciences, or the continent of the science history, as Liberty C quote in Lenin philosophy. The book was mentioned in Abdus Salam this morning. After that, the central concept for Thomas Kuhn, which is the paradigm concept, and he had a lot of talk about that, and there also a lot of critiques in Europe and in America itself for this concept. And I will not stand or stop at that, but I will stop at the paradigms and its relation with the history of Arab sciences and how Thomas Kuhn did not take into consideration a lot of history of the Arab history and sciences. And this is the framework which I will talk about. Regarding the creation of the two researches, I would like to say that if the history of academics preceded the epistemology, I mean the rebirth of the research, which is an independent by itself. It has topics and analytical tools and a vision for the meaning of progress and its nature and development, and tributaries to competitive directives and integrated also at the same time. And many historians and thinkers were aware that determining the dates for the deviation and the creation of progress. In certain time, they used to talk about the deviation, and one of the presenters talked about one of the deviations in the philology deviations. He talked this morning about that. There was a mix between the two researches that make the historian could not be able to do his job without epistemology weapon and without a good materialistic history. So the history is the lab of the epistemology and not only for knowledge. It is a good idea for Combellan, repeated in his introduction, at least 2 books, which are studies in the sciences, history, and the ideology. And the idea is not for him, by the way, but for the Dexter-Weath writer, the owner of the Mechanic of World book, and he documented the book. He took this talk from this in his 2 books. And in the context of the talk, in the first book is to research the history of sciences, and in the second book it is related the role of epistemology to historiographics, the scientific historiographics of modern time, and which is a title for the introduction of the book. The historical philosophy has become what is called, for example, the French principle in philosophy, for example, represented in Bachelor and Combellan himself and Foucault also, and this nomination or this nomenclature given by Francois Brostein for this current after Comte and Louis Comte and Combellan. And the history became a history of epistemology, and the epistemological history is represented by Thomas Kuhn, and which is the title of my interference and presentation, Thomas Kuhn particularly. And we can name the title of Thomas Kuhn in the Anglo concept, and he was famous of concepts like paradigm and the crisis and the scientific and the revolution and the standardized and the contradiction standard and the going beyond the standards. I would say the standard, not the equilibrium one. Regarding his teacher James Beyond Collant, he tests all these meanings in his studies from the Copernican revolution to the stresses, and these books contain these paradigm philosophies and theses, and in their details and their proofreading also. And it was shed light, criticism was shed light from all parts, from European continent to the Anglo-Saxon world as well. They shed light on him. And with the expansion of the criticism, the concept of these concepts were extended also in parallel. And they have a lot of frameworks and dimensions, so that we can say that these concepts were detached from the people, and they should be revised and proofread and edited. And Kuhn, the same case as the magician who liberated the married from the kin, and even our world also, the Arab world, I mean, started celebrating these meanings. And there is also a number of translations in the revolution, the industrial revolutions and academic revolutions. They did not translate from the Copernican revolution, but they translated the second book of, and we also took until now, as we know, 5 different translations, and they are approximate at the same time between the first and the second and the last translation, which as it is published years or 10 years ago, as if the Arab world wants to take revenge for itself of the positive state, and the French tongue who criticized it for the history of sciences, who concentrate on the epistemology detachment, and Radwan Sayyid talks about this point this morning, represented in this big revolution, industrial revolution and academic revolution in the 17th century, and which denied the knowledge that is before it, and put a basis for the values and ethical basis and political basis for the world, which in their estimate should be taken as an example. And without this, we will be beyond, they will be beyond history or without history. So to what extent we should, the conical theory for the history of science as a perspective to study the thesis and theories of the academics, to have a good word that is the same value of the last 2 words we used as an alternative for that. And are the thinkers evaluate this of what they have doing or what they want to do later? Regarding the relationship between Kuhn and Volant, he involved in a program he made itself, Collant I mean, but he went beyond the context and distinguished as his own perspective and thought, and he became representing a current in the history of epistemological history or the history of sciences. And I would like to say that in this context, from one of the features of the book of Kuhn for the historical cases, Conant, his program is represented in Descartes, in law, of course. It takes historical cases, certain cases, but one of the features of Kuhn is that you have 5 minutes, Mr. Sassi. One of the features of Kuhn books about the cases, historical cases, and published in the experimental sciences In 57, the year Thomas Kuhn books was published about the Copernic revolution, and the same year the Kuhn book was published. It is still interested by the historians and researchers, and in the estimate of many thinkers who read the works of Kuhn. And one of the lessons that Kuhn realized was the material of his book. We mentioned that the physics sciences, the principles of the physics and the nature of physical sciences, and we find also a definition of what we call paradigm. In other words, what Kuhn wrote about the Copernic revolution is what gave him the idea of perspective and envision of the history, and the progress should be cannot be progress or can be development unless it is pragmatic. I have at least to look through the specification, 5 specifications in my point of view for paradigm. Paradigm is specified in a set of features briefed like this. First of all, paradigm is based on a scientific text, like logistic, for example, the Aristotle main industry for the principles. Secondly, a set of sciences guaranteed to change the text into learning books and explain and simplify these things. And this material will be the launch of the researchers in the field that the texts belong to. Either it is nature, seas, or astrology, or chemistry. Thirdly, the third feature, it is formulated according to the text, a group of researchers who devote their interest to solve the problems offered based on the central in unified ways and methods. And this can be realized within the framework of the theory that draws the frameworks and the parameters of the theory, and it can be calculated, cannot be calculated scientifically. The fourth feature, the paradigm base, is to involve in a set of problems as a project of research based on the programs that were disseminated in previous paradigms. For example, the barnamage that is contradicted with the astrology, and it is there is no standardization between the programs, particularly those who complete each other, like physiology or comply other. The fifth feature, when a set of paradigm researchers and scientists were involved or exposed to problems to solve certain issues and problems, we can find exceptional cases. The paradigm enters into a crisis and the revolution phase starts with an end of the victory of paradigm, the new paradigm, and the deterioration of the old one. And setting for the new paradigm is good and better in terms of value, and because it is a change to that open a new horizons and make the scientific group feel that as if it moved into another world rather than the one it lived to. Although the concepts in their articulation has indications and employed in another way. And these leaps and jumps indicate that a good vision for the academic and scientific development or progress to move from a new world to an old world to a new world, as an example world, to enable the scientists to realize and achieve their experiments in a good way. and good worlds. It represents also at least a try to exceed the accumulative vision for the history of academics, or confine the accumulation in certain phases, and also make statistics about these leaps. We cannot see the accumulation between the revolution or the standardized academic, and in between this, the satisfaction of the world will be shaken.
أريد أن أشكر مرة ثانية المشاركين
participants and for the panel for their profound interactions, and really interesting and informative, and really open the discussions for the floor. Would like and thanks again for their participants and for their
audience to address questions. Okay, I see many.
In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful of Allah. Thanks a lot to all the speakers for my speakers. My question to Dr. Taimur, please tell me how.
From the late Ottoman period, you know, the wrong impression that philosophy ended after Ghazali, as was corrected this morning, is a wrong impression, and the philosophic tradition did continue, and this school is definitely worthy of a lot of study, and I'm glad that scholars.
من الدراسات والتي قدمها السيد سعيد أيضا قدمهم، وخاصة بدأت مع هذه الفترة. سؤالي هو لك فيما يتعلق بكيفية الفهم فيما يتعلق بالنواحي العلمية لدى الفلسفة الأرسطوية أرسطو، وأيضا خاصة فيما يتعلق بالنواحي العالية، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بنواحي خاصة بالميراث، وخاصة فيما يتعلق بابن رشد. He already demonstrated Burhan's evidence, and also تحدث أيضا عن الفلسفة الفاسدة التي يمكن أن نقول بشكل عام الجدلية. وهنا تعلم كما تعلم لفهم أرسطو يعتبر ناحية تاريخية بشكل كبير في نواحي الشكل وفق التقاليد الإسلامية، وخاصة تتعلق بالمفهوم الخاص بأرسطو التي تقدم فيما يتعلق بالجدلية، والتي أيضا فيما يتعلق بالنواحي المركزية والميراث المركزي، والتي متحدث بالخيال المتعلق بالنواحي الشعرية. على العكس من ذلك، فإن ابن رشد يعتبر خطأ كبير والذي لم يفعل تقدما أو لم يدرك الفيلسوف التي ذكرته، أن اليوني قدم مزيدا من كيفية أيضا إلى حد ما أيضا قدم الفخر الرازي، والذي قدم في يتعلق بالفارابي العامري ابن سينا، قد قدموا كثير أيضا في وتحدثوا عن أيضا نواحي الشائع، وأيضا قدموا أيضا فيما يتعلق بكيفية خاصة فيما يتعلق بنواحي الأجيال، وكيفية أيضا وإذا ما كان هذه المدرسة ولكن تعتبر من المدرسة الأقلية التي لا يمكن أخذها بالاعتبار. وهناك أيضا في نواحي الخاصة تتعلق بأرسطو، وخاصة هناك الحوارات التي تمت من خلال أرسطو وأفلاطون، والتحدث عن الحوارات، وخاصة والتي قدمت أيضا في نواحي أرسطو وغيرها، وخاصة متعلقة بالنواحي الهيلينستية قدم، وخاصة بشكل تأكيد عندما قدم between the two wisdoms الحكيمين في بين كل من، وهذا يتحدث في متعلق نواحي نتحدث في متعلق بالمتكلمون and speakers and every speaking. وشكرا جزيلا. هل أعتقد ما كنت تستمع إلي، وأعتقد أنك كثير في أنك الحق في كل ما أدركت. أنا متحدث عن بنياوي وعن ابن رشد، وخاصة أن الفترة التي قدمت وأيضا قدمت فيها ابن رشد، وخاصة قدمت في المتعلق التي قدمت مثل هذه السياق والنصوص التي تم تعليمها في المتعلق بالتعليم، والتي التي حدثت عنها، والتي قدمت في المتعلق بكيفية التي تم تحليلها وتم ترجمتها، والتي تعتبر بشكل قيم، والتي أيضا خطط للقيام بها. شكرا جزيلا.
الأستاذ السيد رئيس جامعة القديس يوسف سليم دكاش حول
about the identity of the cultural identity, and whenever it is identity, how to try to get out of identity to dialogue between gatherers and sects. The problem مثل هذا, is it really interacting, or is there some suggestions, some civil and really societies, and it is just some really mixed. It is really suggestion to give to the United States to enlarge the contribution of the citizen to create. And also my question around about to how is it to be a paradigm, also to the French and also to the Jewish, also to be some translation of Jabri. And it is really some who are really of some of the introductions, and the French he said that it is really compromise between Dakusun and Jabri and Sukun, and really the indifference of the existent. And Thomas Kuhn talked about consequent, but for Jabri, and it is sometimes really contemporary, and how is it to get from the normative and to some dimensions? But Jabri he said that we can say from paradigm to another paradigm. Why he said that we might be get out with paradigm to another paradigm, and from the cultural perspective, or in your opinion, to what extent that really to get we get of this paradigm, and is it your opinion paradigm of the paradigm? It is something utopian, and even the determination of something to be. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the question. It is really wouldn't come to me due to the echo, but really what I say here for the cultural identity, I think, as already explained in my, we are in a new world, more than 20, 30 years. In terms of that, the world of enlightenment, which is really dreaming to have the whole peace and the total peace, and to be the unity of all the religions. There are some trials from some enlightenment of the men, and also post-modernism and post, which we cannot say the dream folded completely, but there is actuality. Of course, we cannot gather all the people in one pot. What can we do? Especially, the question is, the deep questions, the problem is not that to recognize of the people, but we should recognize of the individual and also who has really dignity and freedom, and how philosophically and how is it to make a compromise between all these really contradictions, and as you have said before, and the civil societies, and to increase and should be of course the scientific societies also to supersede the gatherings and the groups and the sects. Yes, I think the foundation it is really science for all. It is really how to eliminate ignorance, how to make awareness, especially the political awareness. From there, there is importance of the celebrations today, and this is philosophical meeting, and philosophy already falling down, and of course the freedom of the individual down, and the dignity down, and really we should the state here guaranteeing of all the laws to prevent of to frictions, and then the third element also of the that develop of the society and or the level of the groups, and to be developed economically, and also to be scientifically, and also people met with the people for based on dialogue, and within the dialogue. This is really a very important element, and really stressing on the dialogue, not as a school and the curriculum or school curriculums, no, but should be really sessions to reinforce and support this role, to really to inherit the identity or cultural and dialogue, cultural dialogue, and of the identity, which is idea is really this thinking really will lighten so many of the. Of course, there are some another fifth element. What really we are living in Lebanon right now. The issue of the politicians and how is it they are playing of the sectors of the. And also the sectors and the sector census insertions and requirements really all they will now to be really all confined to themselves, and therefore the state to have to eliminate and prevent or really extremely politics, of course, in order for the religion to have the prestigious role in the society, and the gathering and the groups to work and to compatible with the state. Thank you. Of course, I am trying to interact and just to respond. the paradigms أو المناهج ما بين أو المقاربات ما بين الجابري وداسكون it is really the paradigms between the Dasco and the Jabri. I pronounce it in the French dialects in order to make image of Thomas Kuhn. There are some series, and consequently to be one superseding the others. But of course, there is no really coincidence between, as already said, Al-Jabri said. There are some another field for some contemporary. Of course, Jabri. He really saying that's really announcing himself as really finally as science and non-science. There are some really boycotting. There are some separation, some science to be connected, and some and the other wouldn't. The previous of that wouldn't be has any value or something. Jabri, I think he is really enlisted a group of some people of circularism or some really bringing some new ideas of the paradigms, of course, within the extravagant and deviation of sciences. Even with the Thomas Kuhn, he has when he brought with the paradigm and which really he said he really became with some multi positions and also of course some spheres and some paradigms, and still wanting to really purify and to auditing, more auditing, and of course, and he suggested some alternatives of for the Masjid, and of course, no Madrid already separated or left it, and of course we might find him speaking and talking about in the arts and the theater and the ethics and the morals, and he's really talking and he gives some interactions. Of course, he really became more independent from his companion and from his, of course, as it is the magician, of course, brought this genie from the mind, and they cannot control this genie or so on. However, this one, this for socialists about this one, in the West and in America also, of course, Tudor Chaber especially, and Mishkarab. This paradigm really not really recognized and not definitely define exactly and accurately, make some meanings different from the paradigm. In a way or another, of course, the paradigm is really all that really all let us talk about progress or about some development in this subject or so on. He took in the Middle Eastern and Middle Ages and medieval ages, when he talked about medieval ages, he took and he left of so many transcripts that might be also giving some paradigm in the medieval ages of the Arabian ages, and really laughed at it and really undermined intentionally. He undermined of these paradigms of the Arabian medieval ages, undermining intentionally, and also the history of science, and of course he was beside him Turkish writing about the phases and stages, and was talking about the contributions of some prestigious of the Arabian history in the general history. Yes. Thank you very much. I'm going to أعلن
جلسة، وشكرا للجميع، واعتذر من أستاذ.
نشكر للأساتذة الأفاضل على ما قدموه من مداخلات أثرتنا، على أمل اللقاء بكم غدا 8:00 صباحا لمتابعة مؤتمر الدولي الثاني للفلسفة. إلى اللقاء.
الله يبارك فيك.